What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
There's nothing on the screen. Good morning! Good morning! I'm grinning like a Cheshire cat and there's nothing on the screen. Hello everybody, how are you? Welcome to Sewing Street and happy American Independence Day. If you're celebrating, have a hot dog for me. Look at you! You look like the 4th of July. Here we are at Sewing Street and we're going to start with our early bird. There we go, there we go. It is Thermolan. Love this stuff. This is a metre. It's 90 centimetres wide. Let me show you the piece that you're going to get. Thermolan is a compressed fleece. It's heat insulating, so it'll keep cool things cool for longer, warm things warm for longer. But it does that because it's a compressed fleece, and so it traps the air for longer. Also brilliant for things like quilted clothing. This is the size piece you get. It's $5.99 at the moment, but not today. It's our early bird, so let's see the price you're going to pay. $4.99. That's fab. You're saving £1 per piece. If you multi-buy, lots of you are already, you will get that in separate pieces. Now Thermolan, brilliant for things like placemats and table runners, great for things like casserole holders and bags. You can also use this for things like mug cozies, tea cozies as well. It's great for lunch bags and shopping bags too. So if you want to, maybe you take a shopping bag that's for things like your frozen foods, or if you buy those gorgeous like rotisserie chickens, things like that. I love that with a bit of salad. Then make yourself a bag with Thermolan in it. Still line it, and it'll just help to keep your cold things cold for longer, your warm things warm for longer. Now this one can well, they can be put in the microwave, but there's no metal in them. Just to be well, this is compressed, isn't it? It's a compressed fleece. You do have to be a little bit careful with scrim. But no metal in this, so you could certainly use for things like microwave bags for potatoes, or some people make like big envelopes for like warming tortillas or naan bread or chapatis, things like that. I'm making myself hungry now. You're getting a bit peckish. Is it time for a coffee and a bicky? Always. So this is, as I say, should be $5.99. It's our early bird today. It's our Thermolan. You get 1 metre by 90 centimetres. It's 90 centimetres wide. This is also absolutely brilliant for quilted clothing. So if you want to do things like a quilted jacket, a quilted waistcoat, brilliant for that. It's also very thin. So I often use Thermolan as a batting for quilts where I want them to be very thin. Wall hangings, it's very firm, you see, it's very firm. So good for a wall hanging. It also really holds its shape very well. So for example, if you wanted to use this for things like bags, it's great for bag making too. Now, a few good mornings to say. Sandra says, morning, lovely Stuart. Good morning, lovely Sandra. Carol says, good morning, and to you. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Hilary says, oh, Stuart, you and Janet Clare this morning. What could be better? We've already had a good old natter. Every single one of you that's checked out has checked out multiple units. It's something to stock up on. You're making £1 saving per piece. Remember, if you multi-buy, you are going to get separate pieces. It's all cut, pre-cut. This is what you're getting. This is 1 piece. So it's 90 centimetres wide and you get 1 metre in your cut. So that's the piece you're getting. As I say, really good for things like wall hanging because it's very thin, it's very firm, it holds its shape really nicely too. It does have those thermal insulating qualities. So also be really, really good if you do things like make pet coats as well, dog jackets, things like that, where you want that bit of insulation, but it's very thin. It's not going to add lots and lots of bulk. I like using it for bags too. Especially smaller bags where you want some quilting and you want some texture and some padding, but because of the size you don't want lots of thick padding, you want it thin and compressed. This is absolutely perfect. It's a really versatile product. Tracy says, morning Stuart, looks like the website is down. Can we check that please? We'll have a look. Hannah's just checked, it's fine. Apparently. Try refreshing your screen, Tracy. Marie says, good morning, lovely boy. What a treat for Tuesday. The Thermolan? Or me? Hope. Oh, Thermolan. It's Thermolan. It's been confirmed by my producer. Over 40 of you got this in your baskets. Well done, everyone who's checked out. Remember, you pay $3.95 postage. That's it. You're all set up for the rest of the day. A message from Catherine, who's in South Yorkshire. Morning, lovely Stuart. I use it to make my water bottle carriers. Yes, Catherine. Water bottle, perfect. Everyone's got a water bottle these days, but if you're going for a walk or you're going shopping or whatever, you don't want it in your bag. You certainly don't want to carry it in your hand. Little strap around your shoulder, little bag, and yeah, again, this would keep it cool. Love that. Kat says, good morning, Stuart. I'm liking your Thermolan. It gives body to a funky project. I like it. I like it. Cheryl says, morning Stuart, would it be good for a picnic blanket? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would. Really good. Claire says, good morning Stuart, and all good morning to you. Caroline says, morning Stuart. Good morning, lovely. Lynn says, morning Stuart and team. Got coffee. Feel spoiled having you on again this week. Thank you, Lynn. Well, I'm here till Friday. I'm guesting on Friday, but yeah, no, it's good to be here. Now, quick tip, the Thermolan is a sew-in product. It doesn't have a fusible layer on it. So if you like your fusibles, use this with 505 quilt basting spray or June Taylor basting spray, just to adhere those layers together. I must admit, I do like a fusible product, or I use my 505. I don't tend to pin layers together because I'm so used to that sort of held everywhere when I'm quilting effect. So yeah, 505, I would use that. Alison Marion's got in touch. Good morning, Alison. How are you, lovely? I love that poem you posted about being Cornish. If you didn't see that, check it out on Alison Marion's Facebook. Morning all. Just leaving Loch Ness. Where we've been on a boat for a week. We'll watch you in the car. I'm not driving. Hurrah, while we drive to the Orkneys. Love Janet's quilt behind you. Isn't it fabulous? Anyway, Janet, enough of that. What about Loch Ness? I've got to ask, did you see Nessie? Did you look? I've never been to Loch Ness. I've been to Loch Lomond. There were no monsters there. But sounds fab. And a trip down to the Orkneys, very nice. Collector in Cardiff's got in touch to say, I've been waiting for this to come up. Microwave bowl cozies. Great to see you, Stuart. Thank you. Yeah, great, perfect. You can make them, can't you, the bowl cozies. Things like that, it's perfect for. As I say, you can make a really simple wrap, kind of just a long rectangle that you can put your flour tortillas or your corn tortillas in, and then just fold over and then pop it in the microwave. It just keeps things like that moist and soft when you're microwaving them for things like, you know, your tacos and your fajitas, and I do love Mexican food too. I'm doing it to myself again. I'm doing it. Another message. Yeah, lovely. Good morning, Stuart. Lovely to see you. Thank you, darling. Only 4 more weeks till I retire and I can start your Rainbow Stars quilt. That's from Karen in Bristol. Well, Karen, first of all, those 4 weeks are going to fly by, and congratulations. Make sure you message in the day you retire, won't you? We'll all celebrate with you. Wonderful, wonderful. Lots of future quilting projects. Talking of which, we do the Rainbow Stars quilt we've got coming up at 12 o'clock. But more of that in a sec. Shall we do the menu? I'll let you know what's happening. Let's do the menu. Here we go. Right, so 8 a.m. Summer floral fabrics. We've just had the hottest June on record. Hopefully July is going to be gorgeous and flower filled. If not, we can always make them. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Strewn Quilt with Janet Clare. It's absolutely beautiful. Just traditional and modern in one. Just lovely, restful, gorgeous fabrics. We've got quilt kits for this. We've got patterns for this. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. And lots of other loveliness from Janet, of course. At 8 o'clock, we've got sewing room tools. My top pick for that hour has got to be the Zippity Doo Done from June Taylor. I'll be showing you how to use it. It's the easiest zip you'll ever put in. At 11 o'clock, we've got 3 little purses from Janet Clare and Moda Fat Quarter selections. So if you want to fill your stash with all things Janet Clare, 11 a.m, you're going to love that. And those gorgeous little bags. Beautiful. And the quilt behind me, actually. The one that Alison Marion was talking about. This gorgeous quilt, the gulls. Absolutely lovely. Great gull. Great gull. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got quilts you'll love, including my Rainbow Stars quilt. We've got kits for that. We've got a whole load of gorgeous quilt kits at 12 o'clock. And it's one of those miss it and you'll miss out hours as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Or, indeed, go to our website and shop ahead. That would be my recommendation. www.sewingstreet.com. And then once you get there, click on Watch Live, and that'll take you through to Watch Live. And then you'll see underneath you can send us a little message. Hello there. Hiya. Our early bird. And then you'll see, normally you'll see 2 columns. We've got today's show deals And coming up on today's show, and you can see there those gorgeous summer florals. We've got some gorgeous feature prints there. It's going to be like a flower shop in here in a minute. We've got some gorgeous solids and mottles to go with. We've got sunflowers, roses. Are those sweet peas? Beautiful. Well, there's a plethora with cone flowers, with Anna Maria Horner. Got it all going on. And then moving into the 9 o'clock hour, we've got Janet Clare's Strewn Quilt kit. Already checking out on that, many of you. We've also got the 11 o'clock there. So if you want to get ahead and get those fat quarter bundles, look, $18.99 for Janet Clare Moda fat quarters. Don't normally do fat quarters. It's a great opportunity, actually, that. We've got the Zippity Doo Done. Shop ahead for those. We've also got great thread collections coming up at 10 o'clock. We've got some solid bundles. We've got battings. Hand stitch quilt book. Now I was looking at that just the other day. I'm excited to show that to you. There's that Rainbow Stars quilt kit. Everything in there, the pastel version, very lovely, and the bright version with black, also available. We've also got, can we just go back up a second, please, Hannah? Because we've got that Tilda Bloom. Now, when I launched this, we've only had this on once before, and the Bloom half metre bundle sold out within the first 10 minutes. It was gone. We've got a handful of those bundles back in stock. If you missed out, grab that quickly while we've still got it. Just one more message. Beck's got a message in saying, morning lovely Stuart and team, another fab show coming up. Well, fingers crossed, Bex, fingers crossed. I'm going to do my best. Now, Festival of Quilts, 3rd to the 6th of August. I'm going to be there every day. I have a stand there. I'll be there a little bit with Sewing Street. I'm going to be presenting the awards ceremony on Thursday, which you're very, very welcome to come along. Bring your sandwiches, I don't mind. That's on the Thursday. We're going to have a great time. One of the most significant things at Festival of Quilts this year has got to be the Sewing Street Viewers Quilt. It's a competition. If you've made your block, you need to get it into us, please, by, is it the 11th of July? 11th of July. You've got to get it in. So you've got about a week. Let me show you some of the blocks. These are sensational. In my beautiful balloon, honey to the bee. Look at that, gorgeous. Dream big, little ones. Dream big, love it. Hello. That's beautiful, isn't it? Been practicing that all morning. Nothing from the guys here. Nothing. You were all cheering at home. I know you were. Gorgeous. With so many beautiful blocks. So many. Love that. Very cute. So many of them to show you. Lovely bit of curves there. A little bit of a. We haven't started selecting. We've all had a good look at the ones that have come in so far, but nothing's been selected yet. We won't do that until every single one of you has got your blocks in. Oh, there's so many fantastic blocks, aren't there? Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So well done if you've managed to get yours in, but if you haven't yet, then the 11th of July is the cut-off date. They must arrive here by the 11th of July. Have you picked your selection yet? We haven't. We're waiting until we've got them all in. So many creative uses of the same fabric, so many different ideas for how to use them. Lots of you have combined things like machine embroidery, hand embroidery, bit of beading on this one. Look at that. I'm proud of every single one of you. Great job. Great job. 11th of July, remember. Make sure you get your entry in. Now, let's get started on beautiful florals. Now, we're going to start off with these beautiful florals, and they are absolutely stunning. I love a flower shop. I love going into a florist and being surrounded by flowers. This bundle here is like being in a flower shop. You're getting 4.5 meters of this fabulous brand new fabric. This is £27.96. 2 meters. You've got your roses, red roses on black. You've got, now I never know where to say it, gerberas or gerberas. 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 Or gerberas. You've got your daisies, oxeye daisies, I think, and sunflowers, all on black backgrounds. I just think that is stunning, absolutely beautiful. All 100% cotton. This would be fab to make a kind of flower garden quilt. I would use black as the background. I would use brights, batiks, add them together. You can see there just a little bit in the background, a little bit of black there, but you could add a little bit of black, a little bit of brights in there as well. Maybe something like just big stars. Beautiful, absolutely lovely. Or Irish chain with these as the big blocks in between. £27.96 for 2 meters of fabric. You get all 4 of the prints, 1/2 meter of each. Now we do these individually. I'll show you those in just a sec. We've also done some bundles. So we've taken one of the floral prints and then teamed it with 2 solids. So this is perfect kind of mini quilt, maybe a bag, maybe a bucket hat, little kitchen make, maybe some placemats or a table runner. I made a table runner yesterday. You could use your Thermolan, your early bird for that. So this one features the sunflower print, absolutely gorgeous. You've also got chartreuse, and then you've also got buttercup. Think that's a fab little selection there. So main feet. You could make a couple of really nice cushions, couldn't you, for this? Or lunch bags. What about making some picnic lunch bags for a little bit of alfresco dining? Absolutely gorgeous. Just love sunflowers. In fact, Charlie and I at the weekend, we went to a potter. Well, we were kind of, we'd been out, we'd been to the animal feed store and loaded up. It's how we roll. Oh my goodness, it's so expensive now, animal feed. We spent an absolute fortune. Anyway, so we went for a bit of lunch and then we called in a potter who we know, and he has a lovely studio, and we ended up buying this huge hand-thrown jug with beautiful kind of abstract glaze on the outside. And I said to Charlie, we have to now go and buy a massive bunch of sunflowers because this needs sunflowers in them. Couldn't find any sunflowers at the moment. So fabric, they're a bit late this year, I think. I think they're a bit late. Anyway, fabric version, gorgeous. Let's do roses next. Romantic roses. My mum's name. My mum's called Rosemary, but Dad always called her Rose, and also her favourite flower. So Mum, if you're watching, good morning, love you. You've got crimson and cardinal to go with. But also, this is coming up in a moment or two, I've also got these lovely mottles, which frankly you could slot in with any of these. So they'd be a bit of a top pick for me for this hour. So there's your roses. Lovely, isn't it? An evening bag maybe? Gorgeous, luscious evening bag. Be very nice. They have yeah, they're giving me a rose tattoo vibe. Let's do daisies next. These are just lovely and fresh. They always make me think of a kind of summer meadow. So you've got your daisy print, 1/2 meter of that. Lots of you gone for this bundle already. You've also got Sunshine, corn yellow, and then a light grey, which I think is lovely. It's like sort of softens the whole thing. You could have put plain white with that, but I think that light grey just lifts. But again, I'm just going to grab that green mottle again and just show you how, if you wanted to team all of that, lush. Bit of chartreuse there, just thrown in for a bit of a pop. And of course, black. I've only got 8 of those bundles left. That one has been absolutely flying out. 14.57 too. Now that, you're getting 1.5 meters for 14.57. And to be honest with you, I'm now seeing fabric everywhere, £15 a metre. So we're paying less than £15 and we're actually getting 1.5 meters. So I'm loving that. Oh, Jan's got in touch. Morning, Stuart. And everyone, my block will be in the post today. Fabulous, Jan, well done. Just needs to get here by the 11th of July. And then once the 11th of July has been and gone, that's when we'll start making our selections. We're all excited. It's a week today. Last bundle is the Gerberas or Gerberas. This is almost photographic, isn't it? Look at that. Isn't that stunning? Yeah, absolutely stunning. And then to go with that, we've got azalea pink and we've got sangria, which is just juicy and bright and just lovely. Sangria, anyone? Oh, that's very much a on holiday drink, isn't it? A jug of that, lots of ice, lots of fruit. Yeah, not 27 minutes past 8, Bruce. Enough of that. Who wants a sangria? It's all I can hear in my ear. Who wants a sangria? Stop it, stop. But I love it in Spain in the supermarkets. You can buy it in cartons like orange juice. Now, individually, sunflowers first. Let's do it. So by the ½ metre, obviously this is cut to order. So if you want 1.5 meters by 3 units, it will come in a complete piece. The price of this is fabulous. £6.99. That is awesome. I'm thinking a set of shopping bags for your trolley. I'm thinking trolley bags. I'm thinking bags for life. I'm thinking a trip to the market. And I'm thinking my trolley bags, my shopping trolley bags would be gorgeous. And I'd probably do, yep, sunflowers at the top and just maybe a solid black at the bottom. Or you could use, well, again, my favourite green mottle. Look, that would work absolutely beautifully. Now, if you want some of that green by the ½ metre, here are the details. It's £3.99 a ½ metre. Now, these are big bags, so you'll need lots of that green, which is good, isn't it, when it's £3.99 a ½ metre? Perfect. Father-in-law made a set of these shopping bags. Loves them. Just show you those shopping bags again. Now, for the lower bag section and the handle, you need ½ metre for each small bag and 3/4 metre for each large bag. And then the upper bag section and handles, you need ½ metre for the small bag and again 3/4 metre for the large. Yeah, use the upper, yeah, I mean whichever section you go for. And then obviously you've got your lining as well. ½ metre for the small bag, 3/4 metre for the large. And then I've used in-R form and interfacing inside those. But yeah, I think these fabrics would be perfect for market bags. So that's the sunflower fabric. That would also be ever so nice for something like a reversible bucket hat, wouldn't it? It's It's all about the bucket hat at the moment. I must admit, I was trying them on the other day. I went to a retail store with Charlie that my mum couldn't quite believe the name of, which is like, if you imagine, like, well, I'll just say it, Fat Face. My mum said, who'd shop somewhere called Fat Face? Why would you buy your clothes from a shop called Fat Face? But anyway, we were in there and Charlie wanted me to try on a bucket hat, so I did. But then, of course, I had to turn the front of the brim up and I was like this with the hat on. And then we saw this man who was really laughing, pointing at me. So I carried on and did it even more. Anyway, Daisy's next. Daisy's next. Again, £6.99 by the half metre. I'll just put my hands there so you can see the scale. It's a medium-large scale print. Just lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Been very popular on pre-order. This would make a gorgeous summer top or a summer dress, I think. Now, let me ask you, our producer Hannah's just said to me, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I think there are fewer daisies in the lawn, in the grass this year. Have you noticed that? I don't know. I don't know. It could be a thing. Could be a thing. What about you? Have you noticed fewer daisies? We talk about all the important stuff here at Sewing Street. What about roses? These are the roses. Again, they almost have a sort of tattoo look to them, don't they? It's that sort of illustrated rose, you know, love forever. These actually would be really cool to broderie purse, a applique. So bondeweb on the back, then cut out the individual motif, and then you could actually build this up into your own, like a wreath of roses. Oh, Karen says, yes, Hannah, you are right. Hannah, you know, it's an interesting observation. It could be that they're, you know, I don't know, so hot. Yeah, well, in fact, I was listening to Farming Today on the radio this morning, as I do, and they were saying that because June was the hottest month, the hottest June on record, a lot of crops just hadn't germinated. So it could actually be something like that it affected the growth rate. This is about to sell out. It's about to sell out. We've got it in the bundles, but it's about to sell out by the half metre. And then last of all, on its own, Gerberas. Gerberas. Lovely. I always struggle to keep the stems firm. They tend to drop, don't they? If you buy Gerberas, the heads kind of flop. That's always been my experience. But these won't flop. They'll stay erect. Hi, Stuart. Lots less daisies and many more buttercups. Keep up the good work, love. Michelle from Staffordshire. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? And buttercups are no good to us at the farm, I'm afraid, because the goats can't eat them. Morning, Stuart, says Carol in Cambridge. Amazing fabrics. We've noticed that there are hardly any insects this year. Well, that's concerning, isn't it? You know, this is why we did the No Mow May. Did you do No Mow May? Any excuse, you know, to save a job. But we, you know, and that did seem to help. Rachel from West Yorkshire says, yes, the daisies are being out-competed by the blinking moss and buttercups. Sandra's got all the daisies. Not in my lawn. They're having a party, says Sandra in Bedfordshire. And Kat, our floor manager, is nodding vigorously. Lots of daisies in your garden too, Kat. Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what the reason is? Okay, that's those gorgeous florals. Let's move on. Oh. A tip, hi Stuart, gardening wire round the top to the bottom works great with gerberas. Stephanie, thank you for that. I'm going to give that a try. Otherwise they just tend to flop, don't they? Oh, it's a big vase. You'd never get the gerberas in there. No. Springtime. Springtime. Is this called Springtime? Springtime collection. This is a mega bundle. Now this is sweet. Like this, you're getting 6.5 meters. Ooh. Now I really like this. Soft, subtle background colours and then little pops of almost neons. It's perfect actually for summer. I know it's called Springtime, but it's perfect for summer, especially if you just want a little bit more of a softer, more pastel look. That's pretty. That's pretty. I like that. And I know I keep mentioning my green, but look again, just perfect little combo there. I have a few of these mottles actually. These would all go. The teal would work really nicely. Gorgeous. Got a little bit of purple in there as well. Got a mottled mega bundle. That pink, wow, candy floss. $15.96 for that mixer. So you get those 4 fabrics. Just super useful actually to have in your stash. I've also got an Anna Maria Horner fabric to show you, in just a second, that these would go perfectly with. Anyway, these are 6 new springtime collection fabrics. You've got butterflies. See, that would make a gorgeous little bag, wouldn't it? Or a purse. You've got your birds on grey, on lilac, on blue. And then you've got this really pretty blue and lilac floral or leaf print. And then this one here, this grey, almost like dandelion clocks. Sweet. Cow parsley maybe, something like that. $38.94 for a 3 metre mega bundle. Now, we can do these by the half metre. Shall we do them in order? Let's do it in order, yeah. So this one, the butterflies first. Love that little bit of sort of tobacco brown in there. Cute, isn't it? Nice little dress, child's dress out of that, or a little shirt, little boy's shirt would be sweet. Oh, a little summer wedding. Now that would be adorable if you had, oh, now I'm thinking if you'd got a little boy, little girl, you could do shirt with a little, maybe the little brown bow tie and a little waistcoat and then like a little summery dress. Yes, adorable. Very cute. Very cute. That's the butterflies. Next up I've got the birds on grey. Again, just to show you the scale of this print. Very popular on pre-order. Amazing price as well, $6.49 a half metre. Very, very good value indeed. There's lots of detail in there, and there's what is, I think for me, what's really cool about this fabric is it is mostly like a sort of neutral grey with black and a little bit of white there, and then just these little pops, but the pops are really bright colour. But because of all that grey and that black, it's subtle. It's a subtle print, but there are some really lovely pops of bright colour in there. The berries, the birds. It would make a beautiful border around a quilt, actually. Beautiful. Very, very popular on pre-order. Quarter of the stock's instantly gone. This is brand new today. Let's look at that same print, but on a lilac background. Again, it's just stunning. Now, this would be really nice, actually, for some light upholstery. It would make lovely curtains, that fabric, or a blind. Tie backs, yeah, maybe plainer curtains, but use this for tiebacks. Maybe something like a pelmet, or my own personal favourite, a lambrequin. I just like saying the word lambrequin. So a lambrequin, so where you have a pelmet that just goes across the top, a lambrequin goes across the top and down the sides, and it's often shaped. So it's like a box that fits over the window, and then it might say scallop in up the sides and then across the top as well. They can be any shape, but it's just having the bit down the side. A lambrequin. You can have that. You can have that. Lambrequin. Just, I find if you walk into like a party and say, oh, I love the drapes, but they would be so improved with a lambrequin. I just feel, you know, everybody hates you. Yeah. It's a great way of clearing the room. It's a great way of clearing the room. This would also be really nice for my Weekend Warrior bag. I'll just show you that. So I used a really bold Chinese style print Weekend Warrior, but can you see a softer, sweeter, more pastel-y version done in this? And then I would just pick out a couple of the tones in there. You could team this with a little bit of soft grey. This grey would be really nice for things like the lining and the handles maybe. Or if you wanted to go brighter, you could use something like the purple mottle from my mottle bundle to create the straps and the trims. Weekend bag, it's where it's at. It's where it's at. Derek's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. Can I ask what width the sunflower, rose and daisy fabrics are? I think they could make some very funky shirts using Adam's pattern. Derek, you're not wrong there. I'm going to measure it. They're standard quilt weight cotton width. Let's just see if I've got... Here we go. Tape measure. 44 inches wide, Derek. So yeah, standard width. 7 meters of the gerber is left, by the way, just to make you aware. 7 meters and then it's gone. Right, let's move on. Let's do the birds on blue next. That's really gorgeous. That would make a really nice shirt too. Very nice shirt. Yeah, definitely giving me interiors vibes as well. Something like covering a footstool or making a large poof out of, maybe a Roman blind or a roller blind. You can buy kits, you can buy spray, you spray onto the fabric which stiffens it and makes it almost hard to then use as a roller blind. So you can get it online. So, you know, suddenly this opens up other possibilities. What about a lampshade covered in this? Gorgeous. Maureen's got in touch to say, hi Stuart and Hannah, there is something wrong with the transmission on the web. It stops, and if I go to my basket I can't get back to the live show without closing down and then have to try to get you back. Watching live has stopped working on my iPad. It's working here. We will mention it to the team. We'll have a look at that, but it's working here. Okay, all right. I don't know what to suggest. I'm useless at web things. But if you are struggling to check out, Maureen, just give our call centre a ring, 0800 001 4433. We'll keep an eye on it though, thank you. Anne says, can I ask if it's okay to use Gutermann polyester thread when piecing and quilting? I've got a bit of a ticking off in a shop yesterday when I bought some. She said I should be using cotton thread. Anne, I use Gutermann sew-all thread for just about all of my piecing, most of my applique and quite a lot of my quilting, and I absolutely use it with cotton fabric. Some people do say if you're using cotton fabric rather, you should use cotton thread with it. I've heard people say, oh, you know, polyester thread is so strong it will cut through the fabric. I've never seen that happen myself. So I say if the colour's right, and it's brilliant thread, absolutely brilliant thread. I've never had any problems using it at all. All right, Derek says, I'm currently watching on my pad, no issues here. We don't have issues here, but sometimes it can be very annoying, can't it, if it's happening. We will keep an eye on that. All right, that's the birds on blue. Let's do a little leaves in lilac and blue. This ends 9/8. Just a lovely, sweet, subtle tonal print, that. Very cute. This is called Leaves. Does what it says on the tin. Leaves. Leaves. I'm going to make like a tree and leave. I can't believe I just said that. Do you know, it reminds me of, I used to love watching Record Breakers with Norris McWhirter. And he would always have a bit at the end where children in the audience could ask a question. And I remember somebody once asking him what was the record-breaking tree for having the most leaves on it? Anyway, slightly daft question, I think. But anyway, Norris didn't know the answer. And Norris always knew the answer. Whatever question he was asked, he always knew the record. And that was the first time I think he ever was asked a question that he didn't know the answer, and he had to research it. And then he came back the following week and gave the answer. So there you are. I can't remember what it was. Surely it depends on the season. Last one then, it's this gorgeous. Now I could quite easily buy a bolt of this, because this, although it's the most subtle print, it's probably the most useful, isn't it? You could mix and match that with so many other fabrics. It's about to sell out. Well done. You spotted it. You probably had the same thought I did. Useful, gorgeous, great value. Let me just show you that mega bundle again. Really pretty, this one. It's brand new. It's called Springtime. Springtime. Just lovely. For £38.94. Great price too. Is that working out just a bit more than £12 a metre? About £13 a metre, isn't it? Gorgeous. Now I've got a lovely little pastel bundle to go with that. I'm just going to leave that there for a second and show you. I've got 3 pastels which are going to work with that beautifully. So if, for example, you did want to make a weekend warrior bag, you could mix and match. You could do some patchwork maybe. Use this for your linings maybe, and for some of your trim. Let me show you these fabrics on their own. So you've got 3 solids, ½ a metre of each. Colour wise, this blue is Cloud. This is Cloud. This is light lilac. And this is fuchsia. This is fuchsia. Not, well, some fuchsias are this colour, aren't I? Always think of the classic fuchsia being a really like bright pink and a bright purple together for that classic fuchsia. But this is fuchsia, so there we are. That's that. Well, misty blue is green, isn't it? Let's be honest. So, you know, we could argue about colour all day long, couldn't we? Morning to Catherine. Catherine's got in touch on Facebook. We love your messages. Do send them in, won't you? There we go. So Cloud, light lilac, fuchsia, ½ a metre of each for £11.37. That's £1.5 meters of fabric. Oh, just a moment. Just a moment. What is this? £9.99. That's a John Scott price. That's amazing. £9.99 for 1.5 meters of your solids. Cloud, light lilac and fuchsia. I struggled to get my lips around that then. Right, next up, can we do sunflowers? This is last of stock. This is last chance saloon. These are all by the ½ metre. I'm going to grab out the large sunflower print first. So on navy, this ends 1/6. This is a lovely one from Lewis and Irene. Sunflowers on navy, love that. Derek, this is calling to me for a shirt, don't you think? That would be beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Love the little bees scattered throughout. Just joyful, isn't it? And that beautiful inky blue background I think is gorgeous. This is £7.49, cut for you to your order. So if you want 3 meters, order 6 units, you'll get it in one continuous piece. Love that. Cream, this is on cream ending 4-1. Good morning, Stuart and team. My husband surprised me with the Brother embroidery machine and the Elna 780. I say, Carol, he's a keeper. What thread would you recommend for the... Now, I'm going to guess that you want to ask what thread would I recommend for the embroidery machine. If it's for the bobbin, then you can buy specific bobbin thread for embroidery machines. You'll get a bobbin fill. You should get some with your machine. But something like Bottom Line, Wonder Fill, bobbin fill, any of those, very fine. And you tend to just use white for everything because it's very fine. It pulls the top thread to the underside of your fabric, so you never see your bobbin thread. So one colour for everything. If you're talking about what thread would I recommend for the top, for machine embroidery, you want to generally use something like a rayon. So if you look for machine embroidery threads, and really it's about getting all those gorgeous colours, you can buy big thread selections and they're usually very, very reasonably priced. You can get big boxes of all sorts of lovely different colours. Have a look on our website. I think we've got some thread collections. But yeah, just you want to get something like a rayon, like a trilobal polyester, something that can be sewn at high speeds, and usually thread for embroidery has a kind of glossy, slightly shiny finish to it as well, so you get really gorgeous embroideries from that. If that wasn't the right answer, just get back in touch, or the right question. Next, so this one is the sunflowers on cream, which is just lovely. I think a table runner and placemats for the garden, or some lovely napkins. I love a napkin, fabric napkin. I make them for parties, actually, simply because I hate the disposable. I hate the sort of disposable anything, really. And they're much better. And I just get fabric and then just cut out squares, a quick hem round the outside. If you've got a rolled hem foot on your machine, use that. This is the sunflowers on a light blue background. Oh, it's my tape measure. Fab. Again, I'm thinking shopping bags, market bags, shopping trolley bags in this. Now we've got some of the coordinates that go with stylized sunflowers on cream. This is ending 01. Very, very limited on this. I love the regularity of this print. Isn't that fab? With more in baskets than we've got, so you're going to need to be ever so quick on this one. This is the last of stock, by the way. This is probably the last time you'll see any of these fabrics on air. So that's really cute. We've also got that one on a light blue background, ending 24. Really like that soft blue. It's almost like a soft grey blue, isn't it? Beautiful. Christine's got in touch saying, morning Stuart, love your Bags for Life book. Thank you, darling, I really appreciate that. It's my go-to for making bags, trying to be more bold with my fabric choices, and it's great for inspiration. Thank you, really appreciate that. Well, I think the thing, Christine, with bags, you can be as bold as you like, can't you? It's usually quite a small amount of fabric. You can get lots of bags, you know, that you just need a fat quarter or two out of. So you can experiment, and they're so giftable that if you make something and think, oh, that's a bit full on for me, we all know somebody that would say, oh, that is perfect for me. And bags make great presents as well. Thanks, Christine. They haven't got to fit anybody, you know, and you know, you can, yeah, I've always got stuff to carry. I've always got stuff to carry. Sherry's got in touch to say good morning. Catherine's also got in touch to say morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning. American Independence Day today, but also more significantly, I think for me, it is National Barbecued Spare Rib Day. Yeah, see, everyone's got on board with that. Barbecued spare ribs. It's all I talk about, isn't it? Fabric and food. Welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. Love that. Two more fabrics. This one, absolutely beautiful. This is the one with the beehives, the little skeps. The voice of the beehive. There's 2 meters of this left. Just beautiful, lovely sort of stylized little vignettes there with a bee skep and the little bees. The sunflowers. There is summer, but there is summer into autumn flower, I think. I'm slightly distracted at the moment, everyone, because the legend, the living legend, Janet Clare has just walked into the room, and you know, it's like a ray of sunshine's just walked in. Well, she has. Janet's coming up at 9 o'clock. Can't wait to spend an hour or two with her, one of my favourite people. Last one in the sunflowers, ending 5-7. I was sitting the other day having lunch. It was a bowl of soup. I instantly thought of Janet Clare. I've got a bowl of mash on the side. We'll explain later. Beautiful, love that. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, perfect for a bit of dressmaking that. Oh, what a lovely lining for a bag. A little bit of sunflower action. A couple of fabrics I must show you. Anna Maria Horner. Now this one right here, ending 9-6. About to say, this makes my heart skip a beat. It's gone. It's gone. This one, there's only a ½ meter left. That gives me palpitations though. That is extraordinary, isn't it? Beautiful. About to sell out. Echinaceas. Echinaceas. Let me just show you. I have 4 of these, 4 different colours. Stunning, aren't they? ½ meter of this left. ½ meter of that one left. They're all going to sell out. The lilac, 3.5 meters left. That would make a fabulous dress or a skirt. Very nice. A friend of mine made a skirt out of that. Wraparound skirt. It was lush. This one here ending 3-6. Really pretty. 2.5 meters of that left. And then the last one ending 7-4. Oh, that's stunning. 4 meters of that left. Oh, sorry, just a second, Hannah. Say again, sorry. Beautiful. Just to finish off where we started, the Flower Market Mega Bundle, 2 meters of fabric. We've only got 6 of these bundles left. We won't be able to make any more because some of these fabrics have sold out now. You get gerberas or gerberas. Janet, what do you say? Gerberas, gerberas? Gerbera, thank you. Gerberas. The rose, this is the only way to get the rose print now. Got it in my hands. I'm still laying out. And sunflowers. Gerberas, roses, daisies and sunflowers. Only way to get the roses. Beautiful, great bundle, $27.96 for that. Oh my goodness, I just love flowers. Now, we're going to go to a little break. We've got a little video of Janet's quilt. Well, let's have a quick look. This is Strewn. Janet, Strewn. Don't know why. We just have to say it in a Northern Irish accent.
You're very naughty.
Strewn. Gorgeous though, isn't it? There's a story behind this quilt. There's always a story behind Janet's quilts. It's one of the things I love about her. It's always a fabulous story. We're going to a break, but you know what's happening afterwards. It's the legend. Janet, Claire, I'll see you after this.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
It's great to have your company. And talking of great company, it's Janet Clare, everybody.
I could do with this celebration every time I walk into a room, Stuart.
Janet, you know I love it when you're here.
What's for dinner? It's what I normally get.
Soup for everyone. Soup for everyone.
Talk to me about soup.
She's a queen of soup. Not. It's Janet Clare. Oh, how are you?
I'm good, really good.
It's fab to have you back.
Well, we missed you. You were gone for weeks.
Oh, it wasn't that long. It wasn't that long. It felt like a long time.
Wasteland.
No, stop. Wasteland. Love it. Love it.
And John, endlessly John.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that. Surely to goodness. Can't get enough of him. But Janet, you've brought us some fabulous kits and projects today. We're starting with Strewn. Now, this has got a lovely story behind it. Do tell.
Well, our Jo, our eldest, has got a lovely girlfriend, Nicole, and she was turning 21. You can't turn 21 without a quilt, although poor Hannah told me that she did and she didn't get a quilt.
Yeah, she did whine quite a lot, didn't she, about
heavy hints to the quilters in the room this morning who we just...
Yeah, I didn't even register. I didn't even hear what she said.
She wasn't talking to us. No. Anyway, so I wanted a really lovely quilt to give to Nicole. It's a double bed size, so really practical size, but something that was quick and easy to make and really just showed off the fabric. And what I wanted was a quilt that she felt comfortable taking everywhere with her.
You wanted her to use it.
I wanted to use it. I didn't want her to give her a really fine sort of intricate art piece that she felt like she couldn't then just live with and love. So she's got this, and it uses 2 layer cakes.
It's a big quilt.
It's a really big quilt.
We're just going to pull it out actually so we can see just how big it is. Just Look, I've moved into the shot.
There you go. Yeah, it is a lovely, lovely size. And as I say, it's really fun, it's really dynamic, and it shows off your fabric really well. And because it starts with the layer cake pieces, which are 10-inch square, comes together in no time.
It's fab. It's a huge quilt, especially for that price, $124.99.
Yeah.
And that's all the fabric for the top. Do we need to buy our binding?
No, the binding's in the kit.
Even getting that too?
Yeah, the binding's in the kit. And then my lovely elf designed a special seagull quilting pattern for her. So this is the only quilt with that
amazing
template on for
I
her.
love it.
And we had to borrow it back. We had to beg and borrow it back from Nicole. So yes, it's a really, really fun make.
That must be the ultimate sort of approval from the mother-in-law, don't you? The mother-in-law. I've got all 1970s comedian. Oh, take my mother-in-law. I wish someone would. No, I'm joking. But I mean, the ultimate approval.
She's lovely. She's lovely. She's
really
a nursing student. She works really, really hard, and I knew she would love the quilt. So it's a really, really good quilt pattern to have. It uses up your layer cakes. I'm sure you've got a few on your shelves. We've got a really lovely kit for you, and it is not only quick, but it is a nice make. You've got design decisions to make as you're going along, so it's not dull.
No, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Lovely.
You know, Janet, we were all just thinking, the gallery were thinking exactly what I was thinking. Just go back to that shot a second. Just illustrates, the quilt is so big, Janet, it looks like Honey, I Shrunk Janet Clare. It really has made you look tiny.
I do like, particularly if I ask you to buy a pre-cut.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really like any waste.
No.
So I think there's only like 3 blocks left, or there might be, no, I think there might be 6, but there's only a few of the blocks left. You make cushions out of them. Really, really easy sew. And we just need,
of course, if we don't want to make this whole big quilt, we could make a single bed quilt and a runner and some cushions,
and bits
couldn't
and
we?
bobs. Yeah, you really could. I thought it would be fun to make it into a quillo. Do you remember those? They're going back. They need to come back. They were actually quite practical.
Quillos never went away,
didn't they?
Well, maybe.
Sort of a bit. But you basically sew like an envelope back, don't you, to the back of the quilt as part of the backing, and then it could fold in, and then it would sit on your bed or sit in the car or whatever.
Well, I did a show just a couple of weeks ago with Amanda Little, and she did a quillo pattern.
Well, so there you go.
I think they are coming back.
They're coming back.
Yeah.
They're coming back. But, you know, last time I was here, I had a really, really intricate mariner's compass, and there is absolutely a place for that style of quilting. But sometimes you just want to sit down with your machine and just have a lovely relaxing day.
Absolutely. And like you say, really show off the fabric, just enjoy that colour. And don't you think as well, I said earlier on that this quilt is traditional and modern all at the same time, because you've got that sort of, it's got that lovely kind of soft, subtle, modern colour palette, but it's also very comfortable if you're a traditionalist like me.
Yes, and it's quite graphic, and it's got lots of movement in it. I think you can live with that for a long time. And there's lots more layout options of the block. So as we get through to demos, I can show you how you can make the same quilt and it looks different every time.
Yes, the chief of everything was very busy with his layouts, wasn't he?
He was.
My goodness me, Tony, what a star. Now let me show you what you get in the kit, because it's absolutely stupendous. You get the quilt pattern, of course, for Strewn. So you're getting that. You get your pattern, full pattern from Janet. Simply take 2 layer cakes, and you get them both. 2 layer cakes, Moda layer cakes, absolutely gorgeous, with this lady on the front.
Yes, I recognise her from somewhere. I don't know where.
Do you love that picture though? I'm really funny about pictures of me.
I don't like any photos of me.
You?
Tony took that photo.
Did he?
And I'm smiling at him. So, I mean, he thought it was a nice photo. So that's what we've run with.
See, now that's made it all the more significant.
That's very special now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the studio was so tidy. It's not normally that tidy.
Well, that's just weird. So you get that. That's for your piecing. And then look, you also get not a solid, not a... This is from To the Sea collection.
Yes.
for your binding.
Yeah, it's very important to have the right binding on your quilt because it's a frame, isn't it?
For sure.
And I'm always quite specific about what I like, and also for the backing, which we don't include in the kits because you can imagine, you know, the if you just did the wadding and everything, it'd just be unrealistic for everybody. But it is a third of your quilt. So the wadding's a third of your quilt, the pretty top's a third of your quilt, and the backing is a third. So really pay attention to those other 2/3 because it's very easy to just, I'll just throw anything in it.
Right.
But actually that's how the quilt drapes, and you know, the back is as important as the front because that's where all your texture of your quilting shows up.
For sure. I always say it's the bit that touches your body as well.
Well,
If
it is, yeah.
You know, sleep under a quilt, that's the bit that's touching you. Just absolutely gorgeous. This kit, by the way, is limited edition in that sense that we you know, can't just keep producing these forever.
It is the fabric, yes. It's the short of the layer cakes.
Yeah. And this is the actual fabric that Janet's example is made from, that Nicole's quilt is made from. So you'll be reproducing. You can change the look of it depending on how you place your fabrics, but these are the actual fabrics that Janet used for that beautiful 21st birthday present. What a gift.
Yeah.
What a welcome to the family, eh?
An 86-inch square.
Amazing,
quilt
86 inches
for
square.
the 2-layer cake. So there's very, very little wastage. And as I say, Nicole cried when she opened it.
I bet she did. I bet she did.
You've made me a quilt. No, you've made me a quilt.
It's the ultimate welcome to the family, isn't it? Ultimate. Sheila's got in touch to say, hi Stuart and Janet, loving the quilt. Yes, I am just doing a quillo at this very moment.
Well, there you go. You're on trend, Sheila.
Completely.
Do you know, we're going to be inundated with quillo patterns now. In about 6 months, everyone's going to be thinking, oh, quillos.
Janet, will you do one for us?
Let's have a go. Yes.
No promises.
No, we'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see, Stuart.
We will see. Pattern on its own, strewn. Now, let's just get into the meat and potatoes of this. You did mention that there are other layouts available, and indeed, included in the pattern, there's a lot to the pattern. Look, some different layouts, and I notice a colouring sheet.
I know, I've got quite obsessed with colouring sheets for patterns. We are... If it's a new quilt and the pattern and a colouring sheet makes sense, we're putting it in. And if we're reprinting older ones, we're often putting in a colouring sheet because people are, they've got their own fabric. You've got your own colour choice.
Yes.
And it's very, not everyone's got a big design wall. And also you don't want to make blocks and then cut them all up and then work out, oh, I wish I'd put something darker in the middle.
Right.
So the colouring sheets work a treat because it gives you that design sense. You know what you've got a bit of a plan, and you can decide before you start cutting into fabric or buying more what to use. And particularly if you've got a layer cake, you know you've got a finite number of like the sand coloured blocks, so you can actually work out where you want to put them and how you want it all to work going going forward. So,
I think it's a really smart thing to have included because it's easier to be adventurous with colouring pencils, isn't it? Exactly.
You've got nothing to lose.
You're not touching your precious stash of Janet Clare fabrics. Imagine cutting those and cutting them wrong. Don't do it. Don't do it. Over half the stock of the pattern on its own has gone. Well done if you've got yours. You do get it included with your Strewn Quilt kit, remember? So you get your I didn't even mention, with that Strewn Quilt kit, by the way, hello, you also get your fabulous, iconic, collectible Janet Clare bag. Just gorgeous. Do you see these everywhere you go?
No, not as many as you think, but I did get spotted the other day.
Tell me more.
Well, unfortunately, I was in the queue for the facilities at an open-air theatre.
Love it.
A lady came up and showed me all the photos of the quilt she'd made for my fabric, which was lovely. It was absolutely lovely. But
it helps pass the time.
It does surprise me when I get spotted, particularly if you're not in context. It's sort of used to being spotted if you're at the Festival of Quilts or somewhere, but completely out of context.
Absolutely. When you're at the deli counter waiting to buy cheese and someone shouts, "Oi, Janet Clare!"
Oh, it's Stuart. And I always get the full name as well. You bet you don't get Stuart Hillard, do you?
Do you know? I'll tell you what happened. After Sewing Bee came out, you know, I got used to, you know, going places and hearing people saying, that's the man from the Sewing Bee, which I thought was cute and lovely and, you know, unexpected. But I knew I'd kind of arrived when I was going up an escalator and two ladies went down and I heard someone say, "That's Stuart Hillard." And I thought, that made my heart flutter.
It is strange, isn't it?
Yeah.
And we are on the telly, see, so it's going to happen, isn't it?
Exactly. But yeah, I'm sure everyone I know I do it all the time. No one just calls you Janet.
No, I'm Janet Clare.
Always Janet Clare. Love it. Yeah, pattern on its own, £9.99, super duper popular. This is amazing, done in Janet Clare's fabrics, any of her layer cakes. You combine two different ranges.
You could, and you're starting from 10-inch squares, so, you know,
straight to the sewing.
It's very easy to, you know, to create something with and use up all your bits and bobs. And you could piece the back in. It could easily be double-sided if you wanted to, because there's not that many seams for the quilting. Because you know, if you've got a really intricate piece front and then you've got quilting on the piecing on the back, you've got a lot of fabric to quilt through. Yes. This would work really well. So you could do something really striking on the back as well.
Could even make this quilt as 4 wall hangings or couldn't you?
Yeah,
Play mats?
you really could. I mean, it's a really big size. So I just wanted her to have a really useful quilt, a proper size quilt that you could put on the bed and on the sofa or wherever. And also I wanted to get the best use of the layer cakes.
Amazing, amazing. Quilt kit, pattern, fabric, calico bag. I've got a fewer than 20 left. Been hugely popular. Well done if you've got yours. It is absolutely beautiful. You can get straight to the sewing.
Straight to the sewing.
We love that. Quick results, beautiful results. You're getting exactly the same fabrics that Janet's used for Nicole's 21st birthday present hanging behind her. You'll make exactly that quilt. I suppose you can do exactly the same layout if you want to.
There's lots of diagrams in the pattern that shows you the exact layout, but I think you'd have more fun if you just went your own way, because it's, once you see how it's constructed, it's very easy to put together. And actually, if you were trying to, I mean, you can totally copy it, but if you were then trying to match everything, I think you'd find it takes a little bit of the spontaneity and the joy out.
Agreed. Yeah.
Make something that's yours.
Yeah, because the truth is, well, I would say the truth is, certainly for me, for you, often I get more credit for how things have been laid out or the colours that I've put in than I deserve, because actually it was just, well, plonk them down on the floor, move 2 blocks around, and was like, oh yeah, that looks fine.
Yeah.
It's not hours and hours or days process.
You can overanalyze things as well. And also, if you take a photograph on your phone, it gives you that distance and you can think, oh, I've got too many pinks in that corner. I want to spread them out or something. So you can do that. But as I say, it's super simple. Don't worry about the direction of the fabric. Just play. Yeah, play with your blocks. You can do it. Janet's given permission. It's true enough. Now, I'm obsessed. It's cute, isn't it? Oh, I love, this is Janet Clare's Cushion Quartet. You can make 4 of these cushions from one kit. It's incredible value. This is the colourway that you're getting. These fabulously modern neutrals. This grey is just beautiful. This is using a honey bun. Let me just tilt that so you can just have a proper look. It's just fabulous, isn't it? You're getting enough fabric to make 4 of these cushions. They'll all be different, of course, but they'll all tone together because you're going to use a honey bun. Now this is the kit. A honey bun. They're cute, aren't they? They're really cute. I love them. Well, I love working at that scale. Do you? You like the 1-inch square? Oh, I do. I do a lot now with just finer 1-inch finished units, yeah. So you have to ask Moda especially to make these honey buns. Yeah, they're not a standard pre-cut, so you have to say, oh, I've got an idea. And if they like your idea, they will cut them specifically. Also, the honey bun patterns will work with a jelly roll. You just have to do the maths. Yeah. I mean, you've got the same quantity of fabric and the same proportion in the jelly roll as you've got in the honey bun. So if you've got, if you like the look of the pattern but you haven't got a honey bun, you can
yes,
use
of
a
course.
jelly roll, and then of course you're well on your way to making a quilt with it. I have actually, I almost put the 4 floral blocks together to make a wall hanging rather than the cushion.
I did wonder if you could do that.
Yeah, and I think you might squeeze a 5th flower out, but it would be very scrappy.
Okay.
So you've got 4 beautiful ones. There are the blues ones are over here by me, but I've only made 1 in the botanicals.
So far. But look, this is what you get. So you're getting your honey bun from Janet Clare. These are 1.5 inch pre-cut strips. So all that cutting already done for you.
Yeah.
Already done.
Yeah. And that takes a lot of the work out of it, particularly when you're working at that scale, because they are laser cut, so they are straight.
Bang on it. Yeah, absolutely. So you get that. Love how this gradates from sort of deepest sort of charcoal pewters, and then through to these silvers and ash. Just gradates through. Just absolutely beautiful. I love an ombre. It's just gorgeous. So you get all of those strips all pre-cut. You're also getting your backing fabric.
Yes.
How many cushion backs can I get out of this?
You get all of them.
All four.
All 4. And I just made very simple envelope backs, and we've got the wrong size cushion pad in there. But you could put a zip in if you wanted to. You could. Because it wouldn't take any more fabric.
Button back or
actually, it might
like
take slightly less fabric with the zip.
Yeah. 4 cushions, 4 of these for $49.99. Or a wall hanging, because I'm thinking 4 blocks. Then I'm thinking if you've got some scraps, you could do scrappy sashing. You've got border fabric, probably your binding as well in this. It's amazing value for $49. Well, it's the day for value, isn't it? Because actually, the Strewn Quilt, 86 inches square for $129.99. $124.99, just saved myself a £5. Thank you. 4 cushions for £50, front and back. It's just incredible. Plus the pattern, and I absolutely would want to make the quilt.
You'd want to make it.
I want to make the quilt.
Well, once you've got the pattern, you see, and then you know how it's constructed, then you can start playing with the other things that you've got.
Absolutely. Well, I'm even thinking, you know, a 20 block quilt, a 4x5.
Oh yeah,
quilt.
Gorgeous.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, with any of your fabric ranges.
Yeah, and anything, just even one colour, you know, 2 colours, like a red and white or anything would look very striking.
Don't you love those patterns that you can just use again and again and again, and they work with all of your fabrics? Absolutely beautiful.
If you were making dressmaking patterns, what are they called? Tried and trusted or something like that? That's what you need for, like, this is up your sleeve for a quick gift.
Absolutely.
You know, really lovely make.
Absolutely. Derek's got in touch to say, I may not be a quilter, but I always love... Yet. Janet will get you, Derek. But I love it when Janet's on. If anyone is going to encourage me to patchwork, it will be Janet Clare and her stunning fabrics. We like that.
Thank you. Come on, Derek. Challenge. Make a quillo, send it in.
Do it. I love that. It's just about, everyone's going to be a quilter in the end. It's just about finding the right fabric and the right pattern. Am I right?
World domination is, I mean, we've organised it, haven't we?
Yeah.
That's it. And we all need masses of quilts.
Yeah.
Because we need to turn that heating down.
Yeah. Don't be deceived.
Masses of quilts everywhere.
Don't be deceived. Janet Clare wants to take over the world.
Well, it's on its way.
It's going to happen.
It's coming.
It's going to happen.
Don't worry. It's in motion.
I'm on my way over too, Janet.
Hello, lovely.
Talk to me about Strewn.
So I was going to talk about the colouring in sheet. Yeah, we're
just
on wheels.
Minute,
we're on wheels.
Let me just. Oh, I can't get the lock out. Right, we'll just try not to lean.
Try not to lean.
See how long that lasts.
So rather than cut my we've got help now with the table. Rather than cut the pattern up, because you can totally photocopy it for your own use. And then you've got all of these squares. Now, they are cut separated out because these are the blocks you're going to be making. Often I give you the whole quilt as a colouring sheet because you might want a rhythm, but here you're making the blocks and then cutting them up, so that's why they're in separate chunks like that.
Okay.
And then you just get your trusty felt tip pens and colour them in. So what I did, look, I've done my homework, Stuart, you'd be proud.
Oh, well
proud
done.
of me. Right, can we see?
Always.
So it's quite fun because I don't actually have any fabrics this bright in my stash, but it's good fun to get the felt tips out and think, oh yeah. I like a bright orange with this pink because I think it makes it a bit more sophisticated. You can see I've put that in the wrong place. So you can start playing. There you go. My spatial awareness is surprisingly bad for somebody who works in space all the time and directionality. So you're going to colour in your block like that, and then you know that you need 3 orange squares, 4 pink ones and 2 pale contrast. And then what you're going to do is you just cut them up, and then you can see what they're going to look like when they're a disappearing 9-pack. I've got a sewing demo, don't worry. And then you can start twisting them and see, oh, that looks quite nice. Where do I want things to go? And you can keep playing. Look, we could have pink stripe. You see how easy it is to change how things look.
Yes.
And then I've got another one here.
And much easier to do that with bits of paper, the scale, the speed, and we haven't had to cut into our fabric.
Exactly that. We've got much more scope, and it's really good fun. So when you're tired and you think, oh, I want to be creative, but I haven't quite got the, you know, the brain power, you can have a little play and a practice. So you can make some really, really striking designs just by moving these little squares about. And then what you do is when you've got this information, you think, right, now I know what I want to cut, how I want my fabrics to be placed, and you can really start playing just endlessly fiddling around. So it's really quick, really easy. If you're a beginner, you could totally start with this quilt.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah,
agreed.
Totally start with this quilt. So here you go. And this one, I thought, let's go scrappy. And you don't need to be at this stage overly, I wouldn't be measuring where half is. You do, when you're cutting your fabric, you need to know where the half is.
Right.
But you can see how, instead of cutting little individual squares and then these border sashings, you can,
It's so easy.
It's
so we sew a 9-patch
easy.
and then chop it up.
Yep, just chop it up, and you can have a really good mess around with all your scraps, and you can just imagine how satisfying, that endless fun. This
now,
is what
Janet,
keeps me happy.
I've got to ask you, because there's
Yes,
a lot
lovely.
of brights going on there, a lot of pinks, a lot of purples. Does this mean we're going to see brights? So we're seeing pinks?
Sophisticated colour is coming, that's all I'm allowed to say.
Oh, Janet.
Sophisticated colour. So I love my blues, and Moda like me to do my blues, but every now and again I'll come up with an idea, and I sent it to them, and they went, oh, I like that.
Future range?
It's quite a few collections in advance. We've got quite a few to wait for.
So we work through the next few.
So
we're
you just
ready.
get through the next few, and then there's no blue. There's no blue. Anyway, so you can see the colouring sheets are a really nice addition to a quilt pattern, I think, because it gives you just that play with the fabric and the colour.
Yeah, really
and
like
also,
that.
if you're not confident with seeing the light and the dark and the contrast and how it will build, this is a really easy, comfy way of doing it. Low risk, you know, you've got a piece of paper and you can just go for it.
Yeah, really
So
like
there you go.
that. And I love the fact that we've got some different layouts for the strewn quilt as well.
That's made using that block. So if you laid them all out like that, that's how they would look. And you
Amazing.
can see, I quite like the idea of having family quilts. So like, you know, if you had all your grandchildren, you think they all got a disappearing 9-patch for their birthday, but they all had a different layout. That would be beautiful.
Really like that. I've done that a couple of times actually for commissions where I've done 2 quilts, like twin beds. So they're the same, but they're different.
But they're
So they go
different.
together, but
Yeah,
they've got their own personalities.
Yeah.
Awesome. Love
Excellent.
that.
Right.
The pattern, by the way, is on screen. It's £9.99 for the Strewn Quilt. Full instructions, colouring sheets, layout ideas, all from Clare. You do get the full patterning with the quilt kit, by the way. If you're going for the Strewn Quilt kit, you get 2 layer cakes, you get all of your binding fabric, you get your pattern as well, and you get your iconic Clare printed calico bag as well. There are more of these in baskets now than we have left.
Oh.
How many are we down to, Hannah? Less than 20. Oh, okay, so 25 in baskets, 16 kits left. Please be quick.
Everyone.
A message for you, Janet. I do similar to Janet, but I photocopied my fabric and then I cut that to play with the blocks before cutting the fabric.
Clever. That's
Very
smart.
clever idea. Yeah.
That's smart.
Before we do anything else,
Yes.
could we just introduce some fat quarters? You've done some
Always
fat...
got time for fat quarters.
Give me one sec. Give me one sec. To the sea. To the sea. These are the same fabrics that are in the quilt, aren't they? And I've got 2. 39, yep. And then a second one. Oh, I was going to say, yeah, we haven't got any more. To the sea. So this is our only fat quarter bundle from To the Sea.
To the Sea.
You get 5 fat quarters. Let me show you what's inside. Hand packed by Clare.
Hand packed by me, and I wrote the wrong product code on them by my own fair hand as well.
Well, that's special. It's like when they misprinted the penny black. I mean, that's worth more.
That's iconic now,
isn't it?
Don't worry, you'll get what you'll...
The fabric's right.
The fabric's right.
The fabric's so right.
We don't mess up with the fabric.
Oh, I love these.
I love those little fish.
Absolutely beautiful. I love Toile de Joie fabrics.
Yes, and it has got a feel to that somehow,
do you know what I mean?
hasn't it?
Yeah. I just think it's gorgeous. It's that sort of scenic, and so we've got this one with the seaweed and the fishes. We've got Morse code.
Morse code.
Does that say something?
No, each line is a letter of the alphabet. So A goes across, B goes across, C, D, all the way around.
It's gorgeous. You've got your shells. This is beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really fine detail. I'm always really impressed by how closely they match my drawings, the scale of the detail they catch in the fabric.
What do you draw with when you're drawing your designs?
Quite often a fountain pen, actually, so it is quite fine to go with. And then I've got a traditional sort of dip pen and indigo ink, unsurprisingly.
Mind if I just move these slightly
No, you can do whatever you like.
I want to see all that detail because it's amazing. These are fat quarters, by the way, so approximately 18 inches by 21.
18 by 21.
And then you've also got the sailing ships. Just look at that. Absolutely beautiful.
And little anchors and little beach huts and different types of ships on there. And my backgrounds are never matte, so this is very subtly shaded. Just
So
adds a bit
almost
of interest.
linen texture
Almost,
imprinted in the background. And then you're also getting this beautiful diagonal stripe as well. Single figures on this now. Single figures. With a few other fat quarter bundles, but this is the only To the Sea
The only To
bundle.
the Sea.
To the sea, to the sea. I must go down to the sea again, to the lonely sea in the sky. Charlie did that once for an evening, like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sort of. They asked him to do a speech. He was like, "I'm going to have to start with a poem just to get myself in,"
Good.
and he learnt that.
Wow.
And then we went to Whitby, and he wanted to practice it. So we, yes. Is it a jawbone or something?
Yes, I know.
So he stood under that, and I videoed it.
Oh, good. I want to go to Whitby. It's on my list.
That's
If
lovely.
you go to the British Library, have you ever been to the British Library?
I have.
They have little booths with the headphones, and you can listen to poets actually reciting their poems. And I listened to that. I can't remember the name of who is it by? Anyway,
It'll come to me.
It was gorgeous. Go to the British Museum. There's a lot there. There's a free permanent exhibition. They've got the most beautiful atlases and books, and we've got so many treasures
They have a copy
available
of
to
every
us.
book published, don't they?
Yeah, they've got ours because you have to send them.
Every single one.
You have to legally send the British Library 5 copies of every book that's been published.
Amazing.
We should have a date there one day and order our books to be delivered to us.
Yes.
Sorry, I need everything by Stuart Hillard.
You go,
now.
Is that it? Is that it? I thought it'd be bigger.
Oh, is that all? Yeah. So that's actually quite exciting, isn't it? So you can go into it's just incredible.
Any book.
Yeah, they're there.
Any book, they're all
there.
there.
Millions and millions and millions of them, 5 of ours.
So, the block.
There you go. So this is what your block would look like when you had sewn it together. And as you could see by the... Go on, what were you going to say?
I was going to say, but bigger, because we do 10-inch squares.
I was with my 10-inch squares, and then Tony went, you're not going to see that on the telly. They're not going to see it on the telly. Why don't you go to 5-inch squares? So that's what I've done, gone to 5-inch squares. So you could, if you've got the pattern or some little charm packs, you could do it. Obviously, you're going to need a lot more blocks to make a big quilt. So that's what it would look like. So you can see I had the 4 sand colours and then opposite corners. You cut them in 4, you do your measuring, cut them in 4, and now we get to play. We can do whatever we like. So I thought I'd just do a very simple frame. And you could also...
Oh, I like that.
This is what I said. Don't worry about the directionality of your prints because you will just have a nervous breakdown about it.
Oh, I love that.
It's quite fun, isn't it?
Isn't it amazing what you can do? And it just starts off as a 9 patch.
That might also... You could make really strong stripe then.
Loving that, yeah.
You could play forever. Go on then, have a little play.
Well, I was just thinking, could we have those going in that way?
Oh, yeah.
And then
that going
those
in this one. Yes, okay, let's do that one.
Going that way.
There you go.
We agree on this, don't we?
Yeah.
Directional fabrics, we love.
Yes.
Love a bit of directional fabrics. But the quilt goes this way and that.
It goes all over the place. It's never hanging flat on a wall, let's face it. And if it is, it won't be something that's been tumbled. It will be something that is quite graphic and you actually want to read it like a picture.
Yeah. Love that.
There you go. We just have to sew them together now. That's all we have to do.
So cool.
Pretty sides together.
You've pressed your seams open.
I always press my seams open. Always.
Actually, I'm really into that.
You don't think it's controversial?
No, I don't. I press open. I used to press them one way because that's what everyone gets told to do. But I've started to press a lot more seams open and I love it. Yeah. Especially on things like half square triangles.
Oh, I know. And my long armour likes it because it's very flat. And also, you're not then running up, that was the other layer and I was supposed to have pressed that the other way on that layer.
Yeah.
That row.
Yeah.
And this is nice and simple. You probably want a smaller stitch size, wouldn't you say? Slightly smaller stitch length because...
Oh, go on.
I think you want to, you can see that's been moved around a bit. You want to protect those edges.
Oh, because you're cutting it open.
You're actually cutting it open. And the other thing you can't do with quilting is you can't quilt in the ditch if you pressed your seams open, because actually you are then, if you hit the ditch, you're actually just sewing on thread and not fabric. So you have to know why you're doing things. But for me, I'm not a particularly accurate sewer, and I'm not going to be starting twisting. I know, it's horrifying.
What?
I'm not going to be starting, twisting all the seams inside, and I can never remember which way I want it to be. And my long armour, the quilts are so flat. Yeah. She likes them. The tops are really flat.
Yeah, we like that. Press your seams open.
Press your seams open.
Give it a go. It's an easy quilt, it's a quick quilt. Try something different.
Yeah, and it's perfect for beginners as well. And I'm just going to zoom down very quickly. Honestly, I made this in no time, and that's not to say that I made it carelessly. It was just I had the TV on, I was in my studio, and I was just happily sewing and pressing and sewing again, and it was just a really, sometimes when you've made a quilt for a deadline and you feel a bit rushed and it's become not a burden because you want to do it, but it's become not quite an enjoyable process.
Sure. Yeah.
This was so lovely.
Yeah.
Really, really
It
lovely.
is just lovely sometimes just to have a lovely relaxed sew.
Just really.
Something that isn't challenging.
Yeah, yeah. Summer, take it
34
on
of these
holiday
in
with
baskets.
you. Oh, we have not got anywhere near that, guys.
Nowhere near.
Take it
Nowhere
on
near.
holiday with you.
Yeah, and also as well, I love the fact that actually your initial cutting has been done for you. You
Yes.
don't do any cutting, you're
No.
straight to sewing,
Yeah.
aren't you?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And then you're cutting.
Then you're cutting. And it's really simple. Look, we're nearly halfway to a block
Do
already.
you need me to press?
We could press open. Why don't we
Open?
press open?
Yeah. Hey, I'm not going to do anything else from now on.
Well, you're very experienced in making quilts. It's not going to work for every project, but I think for most projects, for really simple things like this, it makes your quilting life a lot easier.
Yeah,
Get
totally
a nice
agree.
flat result, and you're not worrying about who goes where, what it's supposed to be. And it does look lovely on the back, I think.
Oh,
Really satisfying on
Christine,
the
thank
back.
you for messaging in. Morning, all the poets. John Mansfield. Of
There
course
you go.
it is.
Thank you. Well,
Of
go
course
to the
it
British
is.
Library and listen to him
Actually reading
actually
it.
read it.
Yeah.
Because poems, they have to be spoken, don't they?
They do.
You sort of rattle through it like it's a description in a
Yeah.
catalogue or something otherwise. You think, no, it's supposed to be spoken.
One of
Thank
my
you very
favourite
much.
lines in a poem, where the wind's like a whetted knife. Love that.
We've all had days like that, haven't we?
We really
This could
have.
actually cut you.
I tell you, I know you've heard John Mansfield read this poem, but you haven't
You
lived
haven't read
until
Charlie.
you've heard Charlie perform
I need to.
Because he doesn't read it, Janet. He lives it.
He lives
He
it.
lives it.
They're supposed to make you feel something, aren't they?
They
That's
are.
what it's for.
They are.
Right, how did you want this now? Because we've been gossiping, chatting. You didn't want it like that, did you?
Like that.
Like that. There you go. And you can see how wonky my sewing is, but we don't care.
We celebrate.
We don't care.
We celebrate the fact that it's made by a human being.
It's made by a human being, and also, if I was to unpick that, it would suck all the joy out of the process.
Yeah, we're not
so
doing
we're just
that.
going for it.
Not doing that. I always say it's very easy to get drawn into kind of navel gazing when you're working on one block.
Yes.
We all do it. We
Absolutely.
all see the mistake in that block.
Yep.
But when it's in a quilt, you don't even see
You
it.
don't even see it. It gets quilted out.
Yep.
And also, you know, it's handmade. It should look like it's handmade.
Of course it should. Of course it should. While you sew that seam, I have another Janet Clare fat quarter pack. This is Bon Voyage. We love to travel. To the sea, by the way, that fat quarter bundle is sold out. Bon Voyage. Bon Voyage.
There you go. One
Just
block.
going to open this up. Absolutely love. We don't very often get to see Janet Clare fat quarters. Am I being stupid here?
No, probably
I can't
not.
find the way in.
There must be.
Janet, you did this.
It's an intellectual puzzle. So only buy you fat quarters if you're a member of Mensa. Just rip it.
I found it.
Ah, you found it.
Found it. I'm not just going to rip it.
Just
Honestly.
rip it.
The pure aggression that's coming out of you today, Janet, is terrifying. The wind's like a fretted knife. Let me just move that old block out of the way for a minute.
The old thing.
Oh, this is I haven't seen Bon Voyage up close.
Oh, haven't you? These are boundary markers. So it's all inspired by travel and maps and souvenirs. So this is like a mixed deciduous sort of forest with mixed trees, not just conifers.
Love these.
I love that green as well. I was really happy with that green.
Beautiful.
This is like
That's
a city block in New
gorgeous.
York or any city that's laid out on a grid.
I've just found my new favourite
Oh, your
fabric.
new fabric.
Look at that.
you
That
not
makes me
seen
very
it?
happy.
That was so lovely. So these are all sort of bridleways and footpaths and everything. 'Cause you know, everything's got a story.
I love that about your fabrics.
Everything's got a story. It's because I
some
do
Bon
so
Voyage.
much work in my sketchbook, you see, so it all starts to build up. And these are stamps.
Just gorgeous.
Really subtle. And also, you can use, I like to use the reverse, something like a print like that. And it becomes even more subtle.
Yep.
Also, the other thing that I've done is if you want to make something that looks quite vintage,
Mm-hmm.
you do half of your piecing with the right side and then half of your piecing with the reverse, and it's already got that sort of weathered, faded, subtle look about it. And also, I shouldn't say this because I should be selling fabric, but it doubles your stash because you think, I love that green, but I need a slightly paler version.
Yeah.
Always check the back.
Works.
Always check the back. And those bright sort of sunflowers and things you had earlier, you know, you think I can just take the edge off that and it will work as a little shadow or a little flower that could be behind something. So check the back of your fabric all the time.
Brilliant, brilliant tip that. Got a lovely message from Collector in Merseyside who says, I love everything about Janet's fabrics.
Thank
the
you.
colours are gorgeous and she is so inspiring when she talks about her designs.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
We've got a
love when
lovely
Janet's
job.
on.
We've got a lovely job, haven't we?
We really do. Julie from Lancashire's also messaged in. Thank God for Janet Clare. I now don't feel so guilty about wonky stitches.
Yes.
Points not matching and seams open. Can't
Don't
wait
care.
for Festival of Quilts.
Don't care about matching points, and I'll see you at the Festival of Quilts.
Yeah.
Come
It
and say
is-
hello. Not when I'm in the queue for the ladies, please.
Isn't that when we come and have it? Go, oi, Janet Clare!
I'll wait for you. You think, oh no, don't.
In the queue again? Oh yeah.
Come say hello. We've got all the time in the world for
do you
our
have a stand
people.
there? You've got a stand at
Yes, we'll
Festival?
have a stand, and my
Fab.
sister's going to come and help, and Chief of Everything will be there.
I didn't know you had a sister, I don't think.
I've got a little sister. She
Yeah.
dressmakes. I've got a little sister.
Love her. Love her. Right. Single figures on that Bon Voyage Fat Quarter pack. Now, can we talk about cushions, please?
Cushions? You want a
Let
little
me go
cushion
and grab
demo?
the cushion. Yes, please. Well, just love this. And so versatile. We've got a kit for all 4 cushions. So you can make 4 of these. Not just the front. You get the backing as well for 4 cushions. Love this design. So you could make it as cushions. You could make a long bed runner or table runner with 4 blocks. You could make a 4-block wall hanging. You could use the pattern to make a quilt. I'd go a 20-block quilt or 25-block quilt with that.
I was really pleased with the design because it's very easy, straight piecing, but it makes something that looks like a flower. It's quite striking. And they do look lovely on the sofa. We have had them out on the sofa and they do look lovely. So this is the whole Bon Voyage collection, and I know you get them as a honey bun, but this is actually what the collection looks like all together, so you can see how it all ties in, and you can see that gradation that you were talking about earlier.
Beautiful.
And really subtle prints as well as the bigger. Really nice, fun, and I think you can really live with this colour palette for a long time, can't you?
Forever. It's soft, it's subtle. I love the bit of colour in there as well, this sort of blush on the birds.
Little bird. So it's not monotone, and it doesn't go to true black, and it doesn't go to white. It's a bit more subtle than that. So that's what your collection will look like. They're the colours that and tones you're playing with your honey bun, because it's hard to see when it's all so tightly rolled up.
So I suppose, Janet, within the cushions, you could have a sort of a light, a medium, a dark, and a blended, or you could blend throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And just, again, it's playing.
When you're designing your fabrics, Janet, how much are you thinking ahead to how people will use the fabric, or is it just about the designs?
No, it comes together, because often I will have, the collection will have a name and it's got a theme, and I'll often be quite obsessed about a piecing technique. So I might want to do foundation, or I want to do curves, and then also the quilts have got traditional old names, haven't they? And sometimes that really works with the collection. So they develop them hand in hand, and which is just as well, because I have to design the quilts before I've got any fabric.
Yes.
So you have to know.
Because by the time the fabric arrives, it's 5 days till the show.
Yes. Absolutely. Or 2 weeks or something. So yeah, you
get
have
2
to know.
weeks?
Sometimes you get, I've usually been lucky and I've had them in good time, but I've known people who haven't at all. So here's the pattern. You can see these are the 4 blocks. They would look lovely.
It's a 4-block quilt.
Yeah.
Divine. And can you imagine as well for Christmas? Because they're almost snowflake-like,
and
aren't
they could
they?
be poinsettias as well, couldn't
Yeah,
they?
they
You
could.
could really play with the colours.
Stunning.
So here you go. So this is how there are some ideas. So that was 49-inch square, and that would be 33 with some sashing. So we always make the patterns as good value as we possibly can, and
Fab.
we'd hold your hand through the whole technique. Basically, the honey bun is 1.5-inch cut by laser. They're the full width of fabric, and then all you're going to do is decide what fabrics you want for the petals and a background colour. And then you start building them up like this, and they're pieced vertically, so you can see they go together. And then there's 4 sections here, and you're just going to literally piece them together. So it's a bit finer tuning. So you probably want a really nice tight 1/4-inch seam.
Okay.
And do really slow and steady, nice piecing, and it will come together in no time. And I quite like a big block like that because it grows quite quickly, doesn't it? It's quite satisfying. And you can chain piece, but I can't chain piece and talk and know where I am. So that's why I'm doing it slow.
Now, the kit that we've got today from Janet is for is it called Botanicals?
It's Botanical, so it's the collection I showed you with the swatches.
It's those beautiful charcoals, pewter, silver, light ash greys. This cushion's been made from it, so it's all those different grey tones. Just lovely. A message for you, Janet. Morning, both. Having a relaxing morning, spending birthday money on lovely fabric.
Ooh.
Happy crafting, Wendy.
And you'll have that birthday money forever now.
Yes.
Because it will stay with you forever. And the fabric's always a good choice.
It is. Single figures left on the cushion, by the way. Remember, it's not to make 1 cushion, it's to make 4. Or a wall hanging, or a runner, however you want to use it. Janet, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I get asked this all the time. With honey buns with jelly rolls, where they have that pinked zigzaggy edge, what do you line your foot up with if you're doing a 1/4-inch seam?
I do the outside of the pink, but I don't think it would matter what you do, but you do have to be consistent.
Okay.
Wouldn't you say? You can't. You wouldn't really want to do half with one and then half with the other.
I always sew a few seams and measure.
Oh, do
and adjust. Well, just because I'd rather know early on, and then I can just move. And then I tend to move the needle if I need to do anything.
Oh yes, because often you're restricted to the foot and how it interacts with the feed dogs underneath, to how neat that you can get that scant 1/4 inch.
And I mean, we're all so well trained as well, aren't we? We position our fabric in a particular place.
Yeah.
And we're really well trained at doing that. And it's really hard to try and move your fabric over. So just move your needle.
Just move the needle. And these machines all do that now, so it's really easy. So you can see how easily this all builds up. And again, I'm pressing all my seams open, which is very satisfying. And you're going to make 1/4 of 2 petals at a time.
And it does make for an incredibly flat block. There's no ridge, there's no sort of hill, no valley.
No.
It's all one thickness, isn't it? Which just does lay much flatter.
Yeah, and it makes it really graphic. You can really see it, and then your texture sits on it beautifully. So that's upside down. There you go.
Good reason for
I
laying
saw
them
that
all
on
out.
the telly and thought, oh, that doesn't look right.
Amazing. Janet, thank you so much for all those tips. And also, as you always do, you give us an insight into your work as a designer, which I think we all really enjoy, don't we? It's fab. Thank you.
Well, that's what we're here for. We're here to inspire and encourage people to keep going, because it's a lovely hobby. And was it Derek? Derek, get started, lovely. Get started.
Just got to find the right fabric.
Yeah.
You found it today. Thanks, Janet.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go over the side and recap, but we're seeing you for another hour, aren't we?
I'll see you in an hour.
Wonderful, thank you. Right, the quilt kit. There are 7 left, that's it. 27 of them in baskets. Okay, not a maths genius, that's 4 times as many. Margaret's got in touch to say, hi lovely quilters. Both of you are inspirational and encouraging. Can't wait to receive my quilt kit. Did you go for Strewn? Margaret, it's lovely, isn't it? A beautiful big 86-inch square, double bed, queen size bed, just Janet said, didn't she, that the inspiration or the reason for that was a quilt you can take anywhere, use for anything, and most importantly, will use.
Absolutely. Use it up and it will get better the more it's used.
Yeah.
Get softer and softer.
Use it up, wear it out.
Yep.
We'll make more. We'll make more.
Just bring it in for mending. That's
Yeah.
what I said. Bring it back for mending. Don't worry about it. Bring it back for mending.
And we throw them in the washing machine. We wash them and we dry them.
Yep.
They just get softer. Beautiful. And they become part of your family history as well, don't they then? You bring that quilt out and you feel at home wherever you are.
Yes.
Gorgeous.
Often travel with the quilt.
Do you? Do you bring one for your hotel room? I always do.
Well, I've got them with me,
Yeah.
but I haven't put one on the bed. I did when I was in America. I put a quilt on the bed, and again, it sort of settles you, doesn't it? I was in America on my own, and you think, right, okay.
I always wonder
This
what
is my
housekeeping
space.
think when they walk in.
I know they think, oh,
I hope they say, oh, that's a bit
lovely.
different.
Yeah, I hope they do.
Yeah. Literally a handful of this quilt kit left, £124.99. Best value I've seen, 86 inches square. There's 4 remaining. There's less than a handful. There's less than a handful. You get 2 layer cakes. You get your binding fabric, again from To the Sea. This is a, matching fabric range binding. It's all coordinated. You also get your quilt pattern for Strewn, which you will make again and again and again. And wouldn't be Janet Clare without that beautiful calico bag. Make sure you bring this to Festival of Quilts. Janet doesn't see nearly enough of these.
I don't see nearly enough of those.
Make sure you carry it with you. Be part of the club. Okay, pattern on its own, the Strewn Quilt pattern. Remember, you also get those colouring sheets in there to photocopy, with Janet's permission there. Photocopy the pattern for your own personal use. Colour it in, cut it up, rearrange. Even get, dare I say, the non-quilters to have a go.
They could be colouring in. They could be designing their own quilt.
Yeah. Get them moving the blocks around. We can all be quilt designers. Fewer than 20 of these left. Make sure you check out your basket on that as well, please. Now, the cushions, the cushion kit. We have the cushion kit as well. That's $49.99 to make 4 cushions, fronts and backs. You get your honey bun for the front, for your lights and darks. You get your toning fabric from the same botanicals range for the backing, plus your pattern. And again, you can make 4 cushions, but you could also make a runner, you could make bags, you could make wall hanging as well. Beautifully modelled there by Janet Clare.
There you go.
You work in the room. I love it. A message across the bottom. Hi Stuart and Janet, I have just finished the Gulls quilt.
Fantastic.
And it looks amazing.
Good.
Just waiting for it to be quilted. Joe on Canvey Island.
Ooh.
Fabulous.
Lovely. Perfect place.
Do you have seagulls at Canvey Island?
Well, the seagulls don't exist, do they? They're either a black-headed gull or a seagull is like a generic name, apparently. So I've been told.
Just a minute. You're shattering everything I thought I knew.
I know. Apparently, there's not a seagull.
No such thing as a seagull.
A seagull, apparently.
Janet Clare, you have rocked my world. On that note, we're going to go to a break.
Let's have a break.
When we come back, we're going to have tools, but no seagulls.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Oh, another day, more ironing fabric. I'm just auditioning for Panto. I'd make the most perfect widow twanky, wouldn't I? wouldn't I? I just just adding this fabric thinking, this could be made for me. Look, full tummy, happy bunny. That's me. That's me. Anyway, listen, I wanted to just show you the June Taylor Zippity Doo Done. Zippity Doo Done. We've got it in 3 colours. Let me show you what they are. So we've got 3 colours. Look, why did I bother ironing it? Who knows? Anyway, so Zippity Doo Done comes in 3 different colours, a navy, a red and a black. We'll start with the red one. Red is one of my favourite neutrals. Hear me out. Red goes with any bright colours. So if you love Cave, if you love Anna Maria Horn, or if you've got any of the Tula Pink, bright colours, put them with a red zip. It always looks fabulous. Now what you've got here is 18 inches of zip and casing all in one. And you don't need to use a zipper foot. It's the easiest zipper insertion you'll ever do. I mean, it's actually a fantastic price for an 18-inch zip anyway, but you've got the casing, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to install. So you get all of that for $7.99. Great fun. You can really make a feature of the zip as well. Creates a really smart look. A message for me? Thank you. I thought Miss Hannigan. Oh, you thought Miss Hannigan personally doing the ironing. Yes, I do that too, Chris. I do that too. If anyone's watching, I'd be available. I don't mind late nights, and I can do matinees as well. It's not a problem. Oh, I'd love to do a panto. I did a musical a few years ago. I did Oliver. And I was given the only non-singing role in a musical. Judgmental, I thought. I played, and also as well, a little insulting, I played Oliver's grandfather. Yeah, his grandfather. Anyway, yeah. That's the red. Let's do the navy next. So the navy, so you've got a nice dark navy zip, and then you've got your casing again in that matching navy. And I'll show you how it fits in, but look, so you've got your zip and it's already pre-stitched into a channel of fabric. It's ever so clever how it works. And if you're scared of zips and you want to have a go at the easiest zip ever, get yourself one of these. And brilliant for bag making, absolutely brilliant for bag making, or for cushions. Last of all, we've got black. Good old basic black, again, goes with almost anything. 18-inch zip. It's a nylon zip as well, so the whole thing can be trimmed down as well if you want to do smaller. So for example, you know, this would do a great cushion back. You could use this on the top of quite a large bag. Yeah, like a weekender, something like that. It would work really well. Christine says, I see Widow Twanky. Absolutely, Christine. Christine says, morning to Stuart and Janet. I've only just got back in after a quick visit to a poorly neighbour and missed Janet's show, but I'll watch on YouTube later. You can always do that, Christine. It's a great hour. Belinda's got in touch to say, what's happened to the TV channel? It stopped. No. What's happened? Steph's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I think you've got to be buttons. Sewing theme, I like it. We need to do a Sewing Street panto, don't we? I've been saying it for the last 2 years. Oh, right on cue. Bruce, our director, said, oh no we don't. And nobody shouted, oh yes we do. I'm wasted. With your quilting hellraiser reputation, I thought you were going to say Bill Sykes. Love you, Stuart. The funniest thing was, our Bill Sykes was the sweetest, gentlest man in real life, okay? And of course there's lots of children in Oliver. So he would do his Bill Sykes and he'd come on and he'd throw, you know, Nancy across the floor, you know, in a sort of rage. He's a terrible, horrible character, isn't he? Bill Sykes, violent, and he would do that. And then, of course, all the children would be sitting watching, and they'd all look terrified. And he'd have to sort of break the scene and run over and go, "Oh, don't worry, children, it's only me. It's still me. Don't worry. I'm only acting, and we're only playing." And so, oh, was sweet. Anyway, that's the black. Let me show you how you use the strippity-doo-done, because it's ever so easy. So I'm just going to mock this up for a second. Let's just say this is our outer bag, okay, or this could be our lower bag, upper bag kind of thing. So all you're going to do, let me just grab a rotary cutter and straighten up this fabric. Grab a ruler. There we are. Right. So I'll just trim this fabric nice and level. So what's awesome about this is you can literally use a regular foot. You don't need a zipper foot. You don't need any special skills or previous experience. Completely ignoring Hannah at the moment. She said, is that the job advert you saw when you came here? No special skills required. Now, if you were going to do a lined bag, what you would do is you would have one fabric down like this. This would be your lining, pretty side down. Okay, and then you would put your second fabric on top like this. Okay, line up the top edges and then open out the channel. Okay, and insert both fabrics into that channel. Okay, just like that. And that way, when it's all put together, you've got your lining and you've got your outer fabric inserted. Okay, so you would sew along there, and then for the other side you're going to bring this fabric up and again sandwich between the two, and the same here between the two. Okay, but I'm just going to do one side just to show you how easy it is to sew in. So I've got my fabric all nicely trimmed across the top. So literally all you've got to do is open up that channel, insert your fabric, and you put your fabric right up to the center fold. Bring that together like that. Just spend a moment or two getting everything nice and flat and level. Now what's also really nice about this is with that channel you can actually have quilted fabric or just fabric like I'm doing now, but this could be a quilted sandwich. So you could have already layered your fabric up with wadding and backing fabric and quilted it. Now normally trying to then put a zip into that is really difficult because it's a very, very thick layer to try and sew and fold back, but you're not having to fold anything back here. You're just going to sew. So I've got my regular foot on my sewing machine. You don't need a zipper foot. I am going to lengthen the stitch length to 3.5 just because because basically what I'm doing now is top stitching. So for top stitching we like a longer stitch length. So let's just start sewing, and then all you're going to do is sew nice and close. Doesn't have to be super close, but nice and close to that outer edge of the tape. And what your strippity-doo-dah is going to do is it's going to provide either a toning or a contrasting band either side of your zip. So it's actually adding an extra design element to your project, as well as the easiest zip insertion you'll ever do. Okay, so that is one half of my zip installed, and you can see how simple and easy that was. And if I just show you on the other side, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to open my zip up, okay, a little bit there, and I'm just going to now bring this other edge up. Actually, I'm just going to quickly trim that a little bit straighter. Did anyone see what I did with my ruler? Oh, it's under there, thank you. Do you know, you can imagine me at home, can't you? I'm just such a dolly. Quarter of the stock of the black has gone. Black's really good, isn't it? It's such a good universal colour. Half the stock of the navy is gone as well. And a third of the red. That's my go-to for any brights. Okay, so I'm just going to bring this round now and insert that into the other side. Let's just level these up. Pop this inside. Fold that over again. I might just turn this through to the right side. So just slip your fabric back into that fold. Yes, if I'd thought about this, I would have had this fabric pre-quilted, because it does look absolutely fab, and it's such an easy way of putting a zip in. Like I say, you don't even need to use a zipper foot, and that's often the bit that can throw people, using the zipper foot and having to sew really close to teeth on a zip, you know. Whereas with this, because you've got that tape, you're sewing nowhere near the zipper teeth. Now you could use some decorative stitches for this, which would be absolutely fabulous. So you're going to take your zipper pull off, okay, at this point when you make your bag, to sew the second half, if you're sewing it as I am, in a continuous piece of fabric. And then at the end you'll put those zipper teeth back on, which clearly I'm not going to do on live television. I should get Lisa Lamb to do it for me. Lisa Lamb's the person for that, isn't she? Just send all your zips. But this is the thing, and you know, it's something I've only just recently discovered you can actually do, and it's quite groundbreaking really, I think, taking the zipper pull off. But there's your zip put in, and super easy to do. A message. Morning, Stuart. These zips are brilliant. Wish they came on a roll, from Sue in Essex. I think that's the next thing, isn't it? We need them on a roll. We'll speak to them about it. I just think they're fab. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant product. That's zippity do done. That's the black. Over half the stock's gone. The navy, over half the stock's gone. The red, over a third has gone. So pick your colour. We'll put the red in. So the red's a good kind of true London bus red. And you can iron this as well. So I like to iron from the reverse, but it's a nylon zip, so it'll take the heat of an iron. Press it nice and flat before you start making your project, just so it's nice and neat and flat. But that's the red. 18 inches of zip and that pre-folded tape. And the tape's almost like a bias tape, so it's all folded inwards. Really clever idea, that. Now I've also got the binding buddy from June Taylor. So this is a rotary cutting ruler specifically designed for your binding. If you go onto the June Taylor website, you can actually see videos of how to use this. You can also just go to the YouTube channel, the June Taylor YouTube channel, and see this in action. But it's a 2.5 inch wide rotary cutting ruler, so specifically designed for cutting your strips. And then you've also got your diagonal there for doing your mitered corners. Karen's got in touch to say, if the zip's so simple, why aren't you showing us how to put the zipper pull back on, please? Because I've got my contact lenses in and I can't see close up. That's why. But you know how to put the zip on. It's just literally putting it on. The clever bit about the zippity-doo done is actually how you sew the zip on. All right, so that's the binding buddy. Also really good for cutting 2.5 inch strips, because it's a lovely pre-measured strip width. Now then, Charming Circles, a template set from June Taylor. Now this is Japanese folded patchwork, ever so clever. We've got a picture of the finished bag. It's rather lovely. Here it is. Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So what you do is you layer up. This is using quilter's cotton and denim, which looks really cool together, but you can use this just with quilt weight cotton as well. And so what you've got here is you cut out circles using the template. It's a rotary cutting template, and actually, you know what you do, this is a paper backing. You peel this off, okay, before you use it, but this shows you rather neatly how it works. So you can rotary cut out your circle, and you'd cut that perhaps out of denim. And then you'll also use just charm squares of quilt weight cotton, or 5 inch squares of quilt weight cotton. And then essentially what you do is you can mark a line with a chalk pencil or a friction pen on your denim where the square is going to go. You'll lay your square of quilt weight cotton in the center and then fold the denim over the top, and then you're going to actually stitch those squares together, so you make the front and the back of the quilt all in one go, or bags or cushions, that kind of thing. It's really clever. Yeah, if you use something like a denim, or you could use something like a fleece as well, then you could make a really, really lovely, quick, like a receiving blanket or a baby's blanket, something like that would be absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Love that. That's the Charming Circles ruler. You get full instructions in there, by the way, as well. Look, really detailed instructions for how to put all this together. Love that. Now, also from June Taylor, we've got a bit of a June Taylor theme going on over here. We've got the seam wand. Do we have one of those open, please, Kat? I'll show you how you use this. So this is a seam wand. And thank you. So when you've sewn your seam, okay, this is an alternative to using a seam roller. So you can press your seams, particularly open. It's absolutely brilliant for pressing seams open with. You've got that flat surface, you've got that really nice sort of sharp surface as well. And I think possibly the most brilliant use of this, you can actually heat the end up on an iron. So if you hold this on your iron and actually get the wood quite nice and warmed up, and then you can use that to actually give a really, really lovely press on your seam, a nice crisp press on your seam. Particularly good, as I say, for pressing seams open or to one side. You can also use it where perhaps you wouldn't be able to use an iron, but you still want to be able to press a seam open or nice and flat. Fab. Now, starch savvy. We love our starches, our starch alternatives. This is Starch Savvy from June Taylor. So this is a 16 fluid ounce bottle, that's 473 mils. And you'll use this, it's fragrance free, it's flake free. If you've ever used ordinary spray starch, particularly on dark fabrics, when you spray that on and iron them, you often get like white flakes. You won't get any of that with June Taylor's Starch Savvy. It's a trigger dispenser rather than an aerosol, so we like that too. Really, really big bottle. The way you use it, you want to hold the spray bottle 6 to 8 inches away from your fabric, spray it with a light, fine mist. Allow it just to soak in. I like to give it, you know, about a count of 10. Just to soak into the fibres, and especially if you've got something like a stubborn crease or wrinkles in fabric, just give it 10 seconds or so for the starch to settle in, and then go over the top of it with your iron, with or without steam, and set your iron temperature so that it's suitable for the fabric that you're using. So if you're ironing cotton, then a 3-spot hot iron is absolutely fine. If you're using this on something like silk or something that's much more delicate, obviously just use a 1-spot or a 2-spot iron, but give it an iron and you'll get a beautiful crisp finish. If you need your fabric to be extra stiff, so for example if you're doing a lot of sewing where you're going to be cutting and your blocks or units are going to have bias edges, then spray it once lightly, iron it dry, and then give it another spritz with Starch Savvy and re-iron. Do that rather than absolutely saturating the fabric and then trying to iron it. If you ever do put too much Starch Savvy on your fabric, you're much better off just leaving it for half an hour, either on the table or hang it up, let it dry and then give it an iron. You'll still get a lovely crisp finish, but that's the best way to use it. This is going to sell out, it's £9.99. We have a few bottles remaining. The basting spray is already sold out. Well done if you've got yours. Now, another product we can't live without here at Sewing Street is the cut and press. Use them all the time. I love any tool that does more than one job, especially if it does them really well. This is great. £49.99. You've got an 18-inch by 12-inch cut resistant cutting mat on one side in this gorgeous bright blue. You've got all your inch marks there. This is in Imperial only. And then on the other side, you've got your pressing mat. So a really good, it's padded, but it's firm. And for patchwork, for applique, for dressmaking, you want a padded but very firm surface to do your pressing on. You've also got it marked into a 1-inch grid. You've got diagonals, 45-degree and 60-degree lines too. This is really useful for squaring up your units, for squaring up your quilt blocks as well. And I don't mean cutting them on this. I'm talking about steaming it, maybe spritzing it with your Starch Savvy, and then pulling or patting in your block or unit to the correct size, pinning it in place and just letting it dry naturally, just as we would with things like knitting and crochet. Also, of course, has a carry handle. Right, I'm going to move over to the other counter. Oh, I'm going to grab the iPad, sorry. There we go. Right, some wadding. Let me just check. I'm feeling a bag in there. It's all right, I'll check the bag. Ending 07, 87. It would be the other one. Right, 80/20 quilt wadding. So this is my absolute go-to quilt wadding. The vast majority of my quilts have got this inside them. Now, what's the whole point of 80/20 wadding? Well, for a start, I do love a cotton quilt batting. Okay, it's thin. It's drapeable, so you get a beautiful finish on a quilt. You want a bed quilt to drape. You want it to hang nicely. So a thin cotton wadding is best for that. However, the addition of 20% polyester gives a little bit of extra loft to the batting. So when you normally with 100% cotton, if you quilt it, especially if you quilt it heavily, you can end up with a very, very flat looking quilt. The extra bit of polyester in the 80-20 maintains the loft. So through quilting, through repeated washing, use, it retains that bit of spring to it. So your quilting shows up better on an 80-20 mix. It also washes a bit better, I think, with the polyester in it. It kind of bounces back just that little bit better. It's also a good choice for wall hangings because although it's drapable, that bit of polyester does help it to stay nice and stable, so it holds its shape. Now, if you're using this in your regular quilts, use a single layer. If you want to do what we would call a winter weight or an Arctic weight quilt, then double up. Use 2 layers. If you want to create faux trapunto, double up your 80-20. Okay, so what you would do there is you want to use something like quilt basting spray and actually lay out your 2 layers of quilt batting, one on top of the other. Peel back one of the layers, spray the lower layer with 505, stick your layers together. So bond it so it's one thick layer. Well, it's not that thick to be honest, but it's double the thickness. Put that into your quilt, and then when you quilt it, quilt some areas like backgrounds heavily, other areas like motifs or around blocks less, and then they will really puff up and will show off like a sort of a mock trapunto. Terry, who's in West Sussex, has messaged in to say, thank you for the explanation on wadding. So many choices, it's good to have the details. It can be overwhelming sometimes, can't it, Terry? And it's, you know, I think often wadding's seen as something that's not very exciting and not very interesting, and it's very easy to overlook, but it's in every single quilt. So, you know, Janet talked about that 1/3 top, 1/3 back, 1/3 wadding, and each third is integral, isn't it? So 80-20 wadding. Also, this is needle punched, so it almost feels like a layer of felt. It's very, very firm and stable, easy to work with. Now, you can pre-wash batting. I don't. Now, all batting, unless you use 100% polyester, all batting will have a very, very slight shrinkage, even if it's just like 1 to 2%. Cotton battings can have up to 5% shrinkage when they're washed the first time. Now, I don't pre-wash my quilts. If you get a very, very slight shrinkage, all it does is it just adds that lovely kind of slight crinkle to your quilt, which I love. All of my quilts have been washed, so any quilt you've ever seen of mine on air has been washed at least once, because it's what I do once I finish the binding. It goes into a washing machine and it gets washed and dried to remove all that dust and dirt and any pen marks and anything else, and also any finishing on the fabrics. If you want to pre-wash it, fill your bathtub with tepid water. Don't need to have any detergent in there. Unfold your quilt, put it in, gently squish it down, leave it in there for about half an hour. Let the water go, leave the batting in the bath. Squish, squish, squish to get as much water out as you can, and then lift it out onto a couple of big folded bath towels. Put a couple more on top, again push down to remove as much water as you can, and then it's basically an outside, in the garden, on the lawn, if you can, dry it flat in the sunshine. You can tumble dry it if you want. Little question, yep. Yeah, the quilt on the wall, Janet Clare, 86 inches square. How much of this do we need? 2.5 meters. 2.5 meters. Yeah, that would be enough. Yeah, because 244 centimeters in width That's 96, so you've got 5 inches either side, which a long armour would be quite happy with. We normally ask for 6 inches, but 5 inches either side is ample, really. So yeah, that will be fine. 2.5 metres. Georgina's got in touch to say, morning Stuart and team from sunny Spain. Good morning, my lovely. Vian's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, fantastic to see you back. You and John really make this channel fantastic. You're both so funny, especially when you both get together. The Laurel and Hardy of Sewing Street. Was better than Hinge and Bracket. Bex has got in touch to say, hi Stuart, I'm going to make my cats a quick quilt each. What wadding would you recommend? With muddy paws and fur, they're going to need washing regularly. Thanks, from Bex. Well, as I would recommend, Bex, for baby quilts as well, 100% polyester quilt batting is ideal. Now, up until recently, I would never have recommended polyester wadding, but we do one at Sewing Street, which is fantastic. I used it for my Rainbow Stars quilt, and it's awesome, absolutely beautiful batting. It's available by the half metre. Have a look on the website for our 100% polyester quilt bat. Really good stuff. So that's our 80/20. We've also got, is this 100% cotton or bamboo? This is 50% cotton, 50% bamboo. So if you want to try, if you've never tried a cotton bamboo blend before, have a little look at this. So 50% cotton, so you get that lovely drape that you get with cotton wadding. Bamboo has a very similar feel. It's a bit softer, a bit silkier than cotton, so it has a lovely lightness to it. The whole quilt will be a little lighter as well. It's also got rather nice sort of green credentials as well. Bamboo grows very fast. It needs very little in the way of additional water or fertilizers, things like that. It needs far less. It needs less processing as well than cotton. So it's a more sustainable fibre. It also makes a lovely, soft, light, easy to quilt batting. So if you want to quilt this with hand quilt it or machine quilt it, absolutely ideal. It's also got lovely drape, lovely bounce to it. Now, this is a half metre, what I've got here. And what's good about this is if you want to just try half a metre and see what the effect is, same with any of our waddings, you still get a decent amount. I mean, this would be ideal if you wanted to make maybe 4 cushions. So if you've gone for Janet Clare's beautiful honey bun kit to make 4 cushions, you want some batting to quilt each one, half a metre of this would be absolutely perfect. It also gives you an opportunity to try quilting with the 50/50 cotton and bamboo and see if you like the effect. You know, I can extrapolate and talk about the effects till the cows come home, but at the end of the day, you're better off trying it. If you like the effect, then you know that's the one for you. Also, use it for cushions, wash them, or make several cushions, wash one, see the effect. It will be minimal shrinkage on any of our waddings. The shrinkage is minimal, but it just gives you an opportunity to see what the effect is once it's been washed. And then you can make a decision about whether you want to use that for larger quilt projects. Okay. Does wadding have a TOG rating? Sent by Jennifer. Jennifer, that is a brilliant question. And the official answer is no, it doesn't, which is an omission really, isn't it? Because it would be useful to know how warm it was. I think you've raised a really good point there, Jennifer. I tell you what, I'm going to speak to my friend who owns Bosel, and ask him about the situation there and whether it's something that they could do, because I think it would be really useful. It would be really useful. Ange says, morning Stuart, I've used the 50-50 bamboo and 100% bamboo for quilted jackets. It's great. It's not too bulky. Like that. I like that, thank you. Can we have that message again, please? Sorry. Oh, 2 more messages, lovely. Morning, Stuart. Late to the party this morning. That's all right, Kate, what were you doing? But I've already started spending. I shouldn't really, because I'm going to go on my holes. Shh, don't tell the hubby. Well, so long as he isn't watching, I won't, Kate, I won't. Where are you going on holiday? Charlotte from Somerset says, good morning. I've bought the bamboo wadding and my beautiful border collie, Pie, ate it before I could use. Oh, Charlotte. So that was a pie full of bamboo. Oh, yeah, I hope Pie was okay. Yes. Oh, gosh. Yes. I think it was a big marshmallow. I mentioned polyester wadding, and this is really wide. It's really affordable as well. This isn't that wide yet, though. So the one that we've got on air is 315 centimetres wide. Is that 124 inches wide? We'll just check on the width of that. That is super wide anyway. This is 100% polyester, half a metre, £5.99. Now, just want you to see, can you see, this is a little bit thicker than a cotton or a cotton bamboo or an 80-20. A little, only a little. It's going to have lots of lovely loft inside your quilt, so your quilting is going to show off an absolute dream. The quilt's still going to be really nice and light, but I would suggest this would make quite a warm quilt. We were talking about tog rating earlier on, and I would say this is going to trap lots and lots of air in it, which is going to really insulate well. So this would be great for bags, this would be great for quilts or quilted clothing, but I would say this is going to give you quite a warm finish to your quilt. It's ideal for quilts that are going to be washed loads, so pet quilts, baby quilts, toddler quilts, children's quilts, because it's supremely washable and no shrinkage. Susan says, Stuart, do you know how much we all love you? Oh, Susie, thank you. You are a wonderful teacher and so full of brilliant tips. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I really love, this is my favourite thing about live TV, because we can have a conversation. Okay, hub is at work, so it's safe. And we're going to go to Dersingham near Sandringham in Norfolk with our corgis. Can't wait. Well, that sounds like a fabulous place. I used to live near the Sandringham estate and it's beautiful. You can walk on the beaches. You can walk on the beaches, can't you? How beautiful. The corgis are going to love it. Have a wonderful, wonderful trip. Oh, and Cromer is not too far away, and Sheringham, and they are lovely places too. You must get yourself a Cromer crab while you're there. Yes, please. I can't do that subtly. I've just been asked, do I want a cup of tea? Which I always say in workshops and classes when people say, can I ask a silly question? I always say, listen, there's no such thing. There's only one silly question you can ever ask me, and that is, do you want a cup of tea? Because I can guarantee the answer will always be yes. Right, that's waddings. Solid fabrics? Yes, yes. This is cream. 2.5 meters. This is Rose and Hubble, 100% cotton, 44 inches wide. We've called it a backing bundle because 2.5 meters is ideal, but it's a pre-cut 2.5 inch piece of fabric. So beautiful quality fabric. This could be for your piecing. This could be your background for a plique. This could be cushion backs, quilt backing, anything like that, but just gorgeous quality. £16.95. That's for 2.5 meters. That's phenomenal value. You're making a £2 saving for buying it as a bundle. Real brilliant thing to have in your stash, isn't it? If you've bought your Tilda recently and you want something to really stretch that fabric as far as it'll go, 2.5 meters of cream. I've also got a silver backing bundle as well. We've called it backing bundle, but as I say, it's 2.5 meters of 44-inch wide fabric, so regular width quilt weight cotton. This is a beautiful silver grey. Again, you're saving £2 by buying it in the bundle. Absolutely fab. Great stash builder, this. Light grey, absolutely beautiful if you want to give your quilt a more modern look. Light grey, especially with like your modern prints as well, just looks fab. Now, talking about light grey, I've got silver. Is this silver? This is light grey as well. This is 1 meter pre-cut. I'll just show you what that looks like. It's a big piece of fabric. This is £6.99, and this is what you're getting. This is what you're getting. So it's a 1 meter pre-cut piece in light grey. It's a lovely, nice sort of clean grey. So it's got a lovely sort of brightness to it. That would work very nicely with Janet Clare, actually. Yes, it would work nicely. We've got some more fat quarter bundles coming up actually in the next hour from Janet Clare, which we never normally have. Really nice opportunity. That's a 1 meter pre-cut piece. Just keep in mind, if you multi-buy that, they'll come as separate pieces of fabric. Okay, black and white. Yeah, together you're getting 1/2 meter of each here. 1/2 meter of our black, 1/2 meter of our white. These are pre-cut, so if you buy multiples, they will all come in 1 meter bundles, each one already pre-cut. Okay, just keep that in mind. But plain black, plain white, I buy these on the bolt, frankly, because I use so much of them in my quilting. They are always useful to have in your stash. Now then, our big hit last week was the Beldray Climate Dome. Whether we're having a cold snap or a heat wave or just in general, £99.99. It's £59.99 today. You're saving £40. This is the Beldray Climate Dome. Now, let me just pop it on. So, you've got a cooling fan, first of all. So this is on its lowest setting, cool air. I love the fact that on the lowest setting, this is so quiet. So if you need a fan going at night, because it's so warm, but you find fans noisy, on its lowest setting, this is really quiet. You've got 3 different speeds. This is medium, and this is its highest setting. So if you just, get in and you're really hot and you just need a quick cool down, put it on its fastest setting, highest setting, just cool you down really quickly. But then at night, when you want to sleep, have it on that lowest setting where it's really quiet. Now, you've got mood lighting, and you can click between blue, you've got red, or if you hold your finger down on the fan button at the top, it will actually, sorry, let's do that again. Why isn't that going off? I learned how to do this last week. I did, oh, wait a minute, no. There we go. Hold your finger on the fan and it goes off, thank you. So you don't have to have the mood lighting. Now you've also got heat, so you can have this as a heating fan. So I've put this on heat now, so you've got lovely warm air now blowing out of that. Great if you want to dry off pets and don't use a hairdryer because the noise is so scary. Again, you've got 3 settings. You might go out and work in your shed with your sewing machine. It might be really hot in there in the summer, really cold in there in the winter, and you need your own little sort of personal heater or cool air fan. And then the other thing that this has, I'm just going to turn that off now. There we go. Oh, no, off. How do you turn it off? Turn it off! Make it go off. Right, there we go. Right. On the back, you have this, okay? It's like a little makeup sponge almost. You get a couple of replacements as well. So what you can do is put a few drops of lavender essential oil, have the blower going, create a nice relaxing mood. You could put eucalyptus or albus oil on here, and you've got a water tank here in the front. So you can put water in here, and then you have a humidifying setting on this. So it will actually humidify the room. So again, if you're feeling a bit stuffed up, a bit bunged up, bit of albus oil or eucalyptus oil in the back, humidifier on, and create a slightly more moist atmosphere, and also with that gorgeous eucalyptus smell. Super useful this. Great price, $59.99. Do we have a price comparison? We do. We've got a couple. Check these out. A lot of places still out of stock because obviously we had that heat wave last week. We've got more sunny weather on the way. This is from Curry's, $69.99. So £10 more than us, and it's out of stock. How about Amazon? £74.50. Now, if you've got Prime, you get free delivery, which is lovely until you realise you're paying £74.50 instead of $59.99 from us. Even if you only buy this from us today, you're only going to pay $3.95 postage. It is still well under the Amazon price, more than £10 cheaper, even with the postage charge. Once these are gone, who knows how quickly we'll be able to get them back in. They have been a real hit, but so many major retailers are out of stock. So who knows? Who knows? 13 of those remaining. Unlucky for some. I bought one last week, says Pearl in Cambridgeshire. I find using the remote control that comes with it much easier. Me too. Me too. They are much, much easier. They are. I don't know what, I think you have to hold your finger on the button for 10 seconds and it goes off. I think that's what I was doing wrong. So close, but no cigar. Right, next up, should we do the book? This is Carolyn Forster's hand-stitched quilts. So this is choose from 27 block designs and hand piece your own unique quilt. It's signed, which is rather lovely, and 27 different quilt blocks in here to hand piece. So if you like a bit of hand sewing, and there are some blocks which it's simply much, much easier to piece by hand, more soothing, more relaxing. Oh, look at these. So we've got some compass blocks there, some beautiful tulip blocks as well. And this isn't English paper piecing, this isn't piecing over paper, this is hand piecing. So this is marking a seam allowance and then basically using a running stitch, a small running stitch, to join your patches together. Oh, it's really lovely. Oh, look at that quilt. That's beautiful. So you could make a sampler quilt, or, you know, make multiples of one block. Very lovely. Very, very lovely. Is that a carpenter's star there? Carpenter's wheel, yeah. Gorgeous. And of course, when you're hand sewing, you've got much more control. So if you find machine sewing all a little bit mad, try hand piecing. Gorgeous, gorgeous. New book there from Search Press. We're going to go to a break. There's a few other things on the hour, but they'll run through. After the break, Clare's going to be joining me for another fabulous, fun-filled hour. See you after this.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
It's always a special day when Janet Clare is here. Janet.
Thank you, it's lovely. I wish your viewers could see what the team gets done in 4 minutes.
It is pretty incredible, isn't it?
Crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Thank goodness there are 20 of them.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's not just Kat.
Big team. It feels like a team of 20 when we've got Kat. She does the job of 20. Thanks, Kat. This hour, we have got some gorgeous projects from Janet again. We're going to start with Great Gulls. That's the quilt that's hanging behind you. Now, I need to tell you that half the stock has already gone on pre-order. Yes, so we'll make this brief, Janet.
Make it brief.
It's a beautiful, beautiful quilt, though.
Really simple striking. Uses 1 layer cake.
1 layer cake.
1 layer cake, no waste.
And that border that you see around the outside, that's all made from layer cake squares, right?
Yep. I've just halved them and the appliques come out. I'm going to got a demo. We'll have to do it quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a really nice size. Again, it is 57-inch square, so really useful.
Is a good size
Bring
quilt.
it everywhere with you. Fold it up, put it in your bag, and you can take it everywhere with you.
It's absolutely beautiful. It would make a gorgeous wall hanging. It's a great quilt to throw over the back of a sofa. I'm going to also say, Janet, I think that would be a really beautiful quilt for a baby or a toddler as well.
Yeah, it's a really nice playmat size, actually.
Yeah.
And it will fit in any machine. You know, it's not like you're thinking, oh, my machine's not going to cope with a double bed. But yeah, it will. Lovely.
And I love
really
as well,
simple to make.
You see now, Janet's kind of, done the sand on one side. It's almost like a spit of land, isn't it, on one side?
Yeah, and
then the sea and the gulls are all flying towards the land.
That I do tell myself stories like that because that's how you get that energy in a quilt.
Yeah. That's how I get through the day.
I know, Stuart.
Telling myself, talking to myself. Well, you'll need to be very, very quick. On that quilt kit, it's £70. You get all of your fabrics, you get your pattern as well, you get your iconic Janet Clare calico bag as well. Single figures left. That's it. Single figures left. We'll move to a demo very, very quickly. I need to just let you know as well that you can get the pattern on its own. So, if you've got previous Janet Clare layer cakes, layer cake friendly?
Yeah, absolutely. Layer cake.
So if you've got a Janet Clare layer cake already and you want to just get the pattern, you can. We'll get those details on screen in just a second. We're just having a few gremlins with the graphics. I'm going to move over to Janet because it's going to sell out anyway any minute, so we need to crack on.
Let's crack
on. Janet.
Demo.
How much can you show me in
Right,
90
I've got
seconds?
a really nice talking demo. So you have got a full-size gull template in your pattern because that's one of my bugbears is that you then buy a pattern or a kit and you can't just get started.
Right.
So it's full size. And this cut out, and that is how we quilted it.
Oh, so you use the same applique. That's lovely.
So very, very simple. It's all in there for you. Fusible applique. Now, to get the most out of your layer cake, you're going to want to do some piecing of the squares together. Decide which designs you would like the gulls to be made out of, and if you piece 2 squares together, you can then fit 3 gulls on there.
Oh, I see.
So
you've
one of
sewn
them's
them
got
together,
a seam, yeah.
Press the seam open.
Because otherwise you've got one gull pretty much on one 10-inch square and then a bit of waste. So if you sew them together, you can get 3 across. You can see there's one missing there.
I see, yeah.
And this one, I've actually just put 2 fabrics together, so he will have a slightly different wing.
Lovely.
It just looks like it's in shadow or something. So piece it all, it's all in your pattern. I'm just pointing out what you've got to do.
Lovely.
And it's fusible applique, so you're literally going to iron your fusible to the back, iron that in place, and then you're ready to do some free motion. When you say quick, how quick do you want me to be? Do you want me to sew?
Yeah, you can still sew.
Because I'm going to do some free motion.
But I do notice as well, Janet, that all of the gulls sort of straddle a number of squares.
Yes, they do.
So we piece the whole...
You're piecing it all. That's a good spot. You're going to piece the whole background. You could leave the border off. It depends how much you want to wrangle under your machine, and then get these placed and tell yourself a little story about how they're flying in formation. And there's a big seam right there, which you won't notice if you start looking for it. Yeah.
Really
and then
cool.
these are just half of there, and that's a quarter.
Yeah.
So you need a bit of planning, lay it out. Obviously I've got all the photographs in the pattern. If you're going with your own fabric, just lay it out quickly, take a photograph on your phone, and then you've got it there. And these are big enough, you could needle turn them if you wanted. You could do lots of embroidery on them. You could shadow quilt them, that might be fun, round and round. But I just kept it really, really simple and just used the same template as a quilting template.
I love that
idea.
I love that idea. This looks beginner friendly.
Very beginner friendly and so striking, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're going to get a really good result for that.
It's beginner friendly without looking like a beginner quilt.
It's just so simple, yeah. I've come with really easy, hot summer days. You just want to be sewing and everything to be nice and simple. I could tell you what I was doing, couldn't I? So,
yeah, it would help.
Seamless, yes. So, Bondweb, you've got a paper side that's protecting the other side of the glue. And if you peel it just from the edge there, it just causes the fabric to fray. So if you score it with scissors or a pin or anything, and you can just gently peel that paper away from the inside out, and then you're keeping that edge nice and crisp.
So much neater. So how much Bondweb do I need to buy if I'm buying the kit?
In the kit, it's in there.
Oh, it's in the kit. Okay, awesome. I love that.
In the kit, so you've got the pattern.
6 kits left, that's it.
Wow, 6. So you can see why it straddles the squares, because it sits quite awkwardly in one square. So get it all laid out how you want. I'm just going to make this fit. It's quite jazzy, that. Could you?
Oh, I love that combination. You want to iron it in
Quite
place?
wild. Yes, please.
Now, if I buy the pattern on its own, how much Bondweb would I need to buy?
How much Bondweb? You need, hold on, 1 metre.
1 metre of Bondweb.
And you will probably have a few odds and ends of that left.
Got you.
But yeah. I've never done, have you ever done where you just do like the outside edge of a big
the donut
template?
method.
Yeah, have you done that?
Yeah, I have. It's it takes a bit longer.
Yeah, and you'd still have a small gull shaped shape, so I'm not sure how useful it is. But yes, there's lots of options.
But you do that just to reduce the bulk and the stiffness.
How it feels.
Yeah.
Yes, but I think with the Bondweb, why I keep using it is because once the quilt has been used a few times, you don't really know the Bondweb's in there. It's very soft.
Well, and as well, I think if you quilt, like I long arm quilt most of mine, so they're quite quilted.
Yes.
And that tends to sort of break up the firmness anyway. Nice question here, actually, while I'm just ironing.
While you're doing my work for
Margaret
me, that's
says,
lovely.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
What do you both do with the quotes on the selvage edges? Because you can't just cut them off and throw them away, Janet, can you?
Well, funnily enough, I haven't been keeping mine. People do keep them. There are lots, you can make little pin cushions. I've seen a skirt. There's a lady who goes to a quilt market in America and she's got a skirt made out. She's got a really, like a really 1950s, because of course it's makes quite a rigid cloth because there's so many seams. She's got a fantastic 1950s
I love that.
thing. But we design the selvage. I give it a lot of thought, so you're right to keep them.
Yeah, for
What
sure.
do you do with yours? Just, yeah.
They are too lovely to throw away, though, really.
They
Pencil
are.
cases.
Pencil
pin
cases,
cushions.
little zipper tabs.
Yeah, little things. I think they would be really nice as well if you fused them all onto fabric and then made a lampshade
Oh yeah, that could work really nicely.
cover. I'm talking the talk, Janet, but
I
don't
know,
walk
we can't keep everything, unfortunately. Although it looks like I've had a good try in my sewing room.
Now, I just need to let you know, the full quilt kit for Great Girls, we've got 2 left. We've got 2 left. So we're going to take out those graphics and we're going to put just pattern only on screen so more of you can get involved. We've got better quantities of that left at the moment, but everything's selling out this morning, Janet.
Fantastic.
Well, get everyone quilting. Derek, have you bought your quilt kit yet?
Great Girls is a good place to start.
It is a great place.
And then you can plan a trip to the seaside with some bubbly to celebrate your new hobby.
Ooh.
There you
Champagne, Carver, rosé?
Anything.
You said that a little bit too quickly, Janet.
Anything. Before we had children, Tony and I did a holiday in the Champagne region of France.
Did you?
Oh, it was fantastic. So we just sort of poodled around all day and then went to a champagne house and then stayed overnight. Oh, it was idyllic.
Oh.
It was good.
And then the children came along and ruined everything. Oh dear. But now, of course, your boys are growing up, aren't they?
They're not boys anymore.
They're
21 and
not boys
19.
anymore. Wow.
I know.
Wow.
I know. Goes fast.
It happens if you feed them, doesn't it?
Yes. Yes. Keep them fed, exercise. They don't give you any trouble.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah. Treat them like they're puppies and they're fine. Get them outside.
I love
outside
it.
with a snack and they're fine.
In your bed. Is that what you say?
Heel. We're going to get thrown off air in a minute.
How to train your husband, surely.
Heel.
Do you know, I almost went like that then. Very authoritarian voice you've got, Janet.
Honestly, all of this on-screen persona is just a joke, isn't it? We're not like this at all.
Do you even sew?
Do I even sew? No, not if I can help it.
So what are you going to show us next?
I'm going to show you free motion because people are worried about it. I use it on lots of my applique and it's a really, really good technique to have under your belt. Okay, free motion. You need a little darning foot. Oh, there you go, the camera's coming in. And they tend to have a bit of a spring on them. They're like a horseshoe shaped, or this one's an oval. You need the feed dogs down.
Yeah.
And the feed dogs will generally move the fabric back for you. So when they are down, which is under the foot plate, they are not going to move the fabric for you. So that is the number one, don't forget, rule with free motion. You must move the fabric yourself.
Yes.
You need a decent sharp needle, not an old needle.
Controversially, Janet, I don't drop my feed dogs when I free
You've
motion
told
quilt.
me this before. Well, whatever works. See, that is the thing about having a play, isn't it? If you start with what the guidelines say and then make it work for you, that's how it goes.
Sure enough, Collector in Tiny Wears got in touch, Janet, pleased to say, I've got my Great Girls kit.
Thank you.
Can't wait to get started. Thank you so much, both of you.
Yeah.
It's sold out now.
Wonderful.
Great Girls gone.
Wonderful.
Only the patterns available. Just to backtrack slightly, do we still have any of the Strewn Quilt kits left? We've got patterns. 1 quilt kit.
1 quilt kit.
I want you to have a complete sellout.
A sellout. We do sell out.
We do.
You do
sell
very
out.
well. You do. Are we ready for sew?
Yeah, for sure.
Polyester thread Were you talking about polyester when I was in the green room watching you?
One of our viewers has been told off by somebody for using polyester thread with cotton fabric. Do we ever consider that?
I always use poly.
I always use poly.
It comes in really good colours. It's very forgiving, particularly for the free motion.
Yeah.
And to be honest, a lot of cotton threads my machine doesn't like. So go with what you can get and what you enjoy using. But I've had no trouble with poly at all.
No rules.
No rules. Then what you've got to remember here is I've got some scrap calico and some scrap wadding, and it's probably much the same as Stuart was telling you about earlier. It's 70-30, very low loft. And you've got to remember that the free motion quilting is actually a quilting stitch, so your machine is looking for that depth and structure, and a lot of people who have tried free motion and haven't got on with it have forgotten that, and then they're working on one layer of cloth and it's all puckered in on them. So get some structure. Now it will sew through your fingers, so keep an eye on where your fingers are. And if you can look, normally if you were quilting, you'd have a great big roll of quilt here under the throat of your machine, wouldn't you? And all it would be trying to do was to be dragging itself and the machine off the table with the weight of it. Well, with this, you can see we're working on small pieces. It's not going to go anywhere. So protect your hands and your wrists. You don't need to put any pressure on your hands at all. Fingertip control, and then all you're going to do is continuously move the fabric to guide it around. And I'm going to start by writing my name. Put the presser foot down. Can you see the foot didn't move at all? It's really easy to start sewing with the presser foot up. That will give you a big bobbiny mess. Put your presser foot down and that spring will start working for you. And then all you're going to do, you're just going to guide it round. So I'm going to write my name, my full name. Here you go. So just guide it round. You want the machine and you running at a speed that you're all comfortable with. You're not working frantically fast. I'm going to go really fast now. If you go really fast, you get millions of tiny, tiny little stitches, and it's very stressful. And if you go really slow, you lose control and that flow. So you want to get to a speed where you and the machine and the fabric are quite happy.
I always, whenever I teach free motion quilting, I always say you get used to the sound.
You do. Do you know when you've nailed a free motion lesson? Because you can hear it, can't you?
You can hear when you're at the right speed before you see it and feel it. You hear it.
You're in a room full of 20 people and you think, no, we're not there yet. You're not there yet. Just that little corner needs a little bit more time, and then it goes quiet and you think, nailed it.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
And you just find your rhythm. It's almost like dancing.
Yeah, and it's just constantly moving. Right, I'm going to draw a face now because it's my favourite thing to do.
To say, fantastic quilt. I made this quilt for my beach caravan. Envious. Friends are constantly complimenting it. I used cantha stitch to quilt it.
I bet that was really meditative to do. Lovely. Gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Did you say you're going to stitch a face
I'm
now?
going to draw a face now because I love it. So
Any
when
face in particular?
I might draw you if you're lucky. But no offence meant. If it doesn't, well, it won't look anything like you.
Right.
It won't look anything like you.
It's never a good sign, is it, when someone says that before they've even started?
No offence, Stuart. There you go. I've drawn a little face, but it's stitched with love. It doesn't look anything like you at all, but it is a little face.
I tell you what, I wish I did look like that.
There you go.
Look
so
at
that is
handsome chap.
It's a little crash course in free motion. And what I do, before I do anything, I would not go straight to a quilt like that without doing a little practice free motion. I always write my name and I always doodle some faces. So it's good fun. Good fun.
From now on, I want you to only ever do my face
that looks like that. There you go.
Dippy egg face.
Dippy egg face.
Just like
slightly worried, doesn't he? It does slightly worried. There you go. So I'm going to do exactly the same. Now I told you about that, the wadding. It needs some structure. If you've got fusible web underneath, that will act as your structure. So just keep that free motion stitching on the applique bit.
So if we've never done a technique like this before,
yeah.
What would you recommend we do? Should we go straight to the quilt? Should we do a practice?
Always practice. I would always practice, because the free motion can be a bit temperamental. Sometimes your bobbin thread shows through a lot. Sometimes your needle tension's too tight. And also, you just takes you a while to get in that flow. So just do all of that first. You could write all your quilt labels. I always write little messages on my quilt labels with my free motion. Nicole has got a handwritten note for her birthday on her birthday quilt, because you have to, don't you? Right, I'm going a bit fast now. So you can put as much detail in this gull as you like, or you can just stitch it down. And actually, if you're a big fan of heavily quilted, you could just leave the applique as it was and then just rely on the quilting stitches to hold it in place.
So fuse it, layer it, and then stitch.
Just do quilting all over.
Nice.
And you could do that as if it was like the current they're flying on.
Lovely.
So there's always scope to personalise and make it your own, and have fun with everything. But the fusible applique, if you're a beginner or you just want something that's really nice and calming to make over the summer when it's all hot, but I don't like missing out on my hobbies. I still like to knit and embroider, and I like to keep my hands busy. And it's often too hot to be bothered.
Agreed.
But you need something. See, I keep pivoting round because it's so big. It's on a smaller piece, I keep the fabric facing me and I just move it like that. For this, it's so large that it's easier just to keep moving. And you could probably, the gull is so big, you probably could do this on a straight stitch actually if you wanted to. You just have to be a bit patient round all the curves, wouldn't you? And I'm not worried about being overly accurate or neat. I'm just making sure that that edge is secured down. And there you go, that's how you do it, Stuart.
And you just go round once?
Yeah, I'm just going to go around once. I'm not bothering putting any massive detail in it because I want the quilt to be really graphic. Yeah, and just have a really good play.
I just love it. It's beautiful in its simplicity. It's one of those rare things which is an easy quilt is also beautiful looking and doesn't look like a beginner project.
Look like you've compromised, you know. It's a bit more than sewing squares together, but basically you've just sewn squares together, and that addition of applique on top is a game changer.
It's gorgeous.
There you
Absolutely
go.
lovely.
So that is how you make great gulls.
Christine's got in on the do we use cotton, do we use polyester thread? I like this because we've all got an opinion. Christine says, I really love Moon Threads by Coates. I think it's polyester. I use it on cotton fabric and on my overlockers too. It's all about finding the right thread. I use
finding the red thread. Yeah.
Ursula has got in touch to say, Derek Calder, hello. How are you doing these days? Oh, sorry, no, I'm not going to read that out actually. Yeah, let's just
Too
delete
many messages
that.
there.
I said, I've got all red now. Get rid of that. Yes. Sorry. That's one of those.
One of those you don't need to read it.
I get friend requests sometimes. I always know it's not somebody who really knows me because it's a glamorous woman, usually who's saying, you know, would you like to go out with me? Kind of.
I had Elon Musk followed my Instagram account the other day.
What a proud day that must have been.
All my hard work is finally paying off.
Oh dear.
Social media, it's up and down.
Apologies, my lovely.
It's up and down.
Isn't it?
There you
Honestly. Go. Right, okay.
So that is how you make the quilt. If you're a complete beginner, it's a lovely place to start, and you will have a quilt that you can take everywhere with you.
Gorgeous. I love it.
Shall I give you a little fan? Should we get that fan back on?
They still keep repeating the message to make me laugh. Stop it, will you?
Stop talking to him in his ear.
Gorgeous. I love it. So simple, so effective. The pattern is still available. The kit's sold out. $9.99 for the pattern, and this would work with if people have got I want to call it satellite. It's not called
Oh,
satellite.
Astra.
Astra,
Yes,
thank
it
you.
would work. And you could put, if you made the girls, you can find another big template like a big rose or some beach huts or alphabet even. Just go with it. The techniques, again, a lot of these quilt projects are a really good way of learning a technique.
Oh gosh,
Really
for sure.
good practice. This is a good introduction to fusible applique. It's very large and a bit of free motion. If you've got a few core techniques under your belt, you wouldn't believe how far you can go with quilting.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking for anybody who really doesn't want to applique by machine, you could actually blanket stitch around these by hand.
You could blanket stitch around you really could. Yep, or needle turn traditionally.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah.
Now we've got some fat quarters. This is from Botanicals, which is such a beautiful range. Should we do the pale greys?
Let's do pale grey.
Lovely. Am I right? You get a quilt pattern with these?
Yeah, it's for the pencil case over there.
Oh, lovely.
It's not a quilt pattern, it's for a little pencil case, and it just uses one fat quarter and one zip.
Oh, fantastic.
So in the first hour, I was talking about checking out the reverse of a print and making use of that, and that's exactly what I've done with this.
Yeah, I really like that.
So
you get the
simple.
pattern to make. That's really gorgeous, and you get that free with your fat quarter bundles.
Fat quarters.
Gorgeous. So this is the light greys from Botanicals. This is such a beautiful range, this, and you get 5 different prints. So you've got the gorgeous birds. Are they all British birds? Or,
yes, I think so.
Lovely. So difficult sometimes to find these beautiful soft greys, and these are almost
the blenders,
like taupe, aren't they?
Yep. And their little speckle. And actually, my favourite pieces to design are these little blender prints.
How come?
Because they add so much to, because these are great, aren't they? You do the drawings and they're all singing, all dancing, and they tell the story, but it's these that make it a quilt collection, because that's what you need. So I know if I've made some really good blender little ditsies, really nice textures, I know that I've got a quilt collection that can go in lots of different directions. Whereas if you turned it, I turned in 7 designs for Moda, and if you turned in 7 big prints like that, they're not going to work together. Well, not for the quilts that I make anyway. So I know that these, if I get these right, I'm really on to something.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are like sort of perfect combo, because you've got that larger print, a medium scale, and then you've got those smaller blenders. You've got something that's got a little bit of a spot element to it, something that's got lines. It's a perfect little combo for me.
Yeah, little that I did that marbling.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, so soft and subtle.
These are the 5 prints you'll get in your fat quarter bundle. They're gorgeous, and I love that sort of taupey, sort of almost beigey grey.
Yes, it really go with a lot of things, and I mixed it with a bit of green actually. So if you put it with a lovely sage green, it really works as well.
Fab.
And again, they're not monotone. There are pinks and yellows and things in here, so it comes. You can bring it to life.
Beautiful. Margaret's messaged in from Belfast, who's giving us the Spike Milligan version of John Mayfield. I must go down to the sea again, to the wild and rolling sea. I left my knickers and socks there, and they should be dry by tea.
Fantastic.
I love it. Gorgeous. Yeah, no, those are beautiful fabrics. 5 fat quarters for $18.99. You're also getting your pattern for a pencil case as well, which is fabulous. And just a lovely selection. You could make a little mini quilt out of that. Be gorgeous to make a bag, maybe.
Yes. Yep. You can get
Stunning.
a lot out of a fat quarter. Very, very useful cut to have. Nice little stash builder.
Yeah, beautiful. And we almost never have fat quarters, not just of yours, Janet, but of any fabrics.
Yeah, it's a traditional sort of patchwork cut, and when I was building up my stash when I was first starting, that's tend to what I would buy. I would buy 4 fat quarters rather than 1 metre or something, because it gives you more scope to play.
Exactly right, exactly right. It's a really nice way of trying out different colours, different fabrics to the ones you might normally have bought as as well. So this is a second selection.
This is called Feathered Friends, I think. Feathery Friends. So that's the darker version of the paler grey that you've got in the other one.
Gorgeous, love that. You've got said Feathered Friends on that beautiful charcoal background. The wildflowers. A little feather print.
A little feather print.
Oh, and then we get the second version in the lighter shades.
I do like that one.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Lovely Moda fabric. Really nice. What did I write on the set? Have we got a selvage with a quote on?
We do, I think.
There we go. We've got all good things are wild and free. Now Stuart will know this. These little birds here, that's every single screen that it took to make the print.
It's incredible,
one of those
isn't
for
it?
everyone. So I used to say with the colour, if you're worried about matching colours, you can't carry colours very easily. If you take that little selvage registration dots with you, you know exactly the shades that are in it, and it will work. And then you're just playing with proportions of them. You can make a darker quilt or a really bright quilt, and you can pick out these little oranges and make the tummies of the robins and things really pop, or you can keep it really subtle. So that is one screen, one bird for every single screen there.
It's beautiful.
So there you go.
Yeah,
all good
ever
things
so good.
are wild and free.
And that is true.
Absolutely.
We like wild and free.
We do like wild and free.
Fab.
There you go. So that's one.
So that's our second selection of fat quarters. Really, really popular, that one too. I'm just going to head over the other side for a second because we've also got another new project from Janet Clare, and this time it is a trio of purses. These are absolutely gorgeous. Now Janet's made said 3 little purses here, and you've got, she's quilted one of the versions, and then 2 of them are unquilted, but you can see the different effects you get there. 4 different colourways. It's a beautiful little purse. You can make 3 with the kit. You get your wadding, you get your little snap fasteners as well. You get all of your fabrics too, so it's a complete kit, just add thread. Now let me start by showing you that version. So 3 little purses, this is this version, got it? Lovely. Most popular on pre-order, this one, £15. Gosh, that's a good price. That's a great price. So you get your full pattern included, you get your wadding, you get your fabrics and your snap fasteners, and that's to make 3 of these bags.
At least 3.
At least 3.
It depends on the fabric directionality and how tight, how determined you are to get it out. Because if your fat quarter is just slightly on the skimpier side, you won't get the 4th. But I've been able to get 4, but not consistently.
No,
so we've
fair
said
enough.
3 to be safe.
Yeah, perfect. I'm thinking as well, you could add little clips, so you could clip it on a belt, you could add a little strap.
Yeah, it's surprisingly useful size. I mean,
Yeah,
all your phone charge and everything goes in here, and once you start down the little, putting things in little purses and pockets, you won't know where to stop because they're so lovely, and it keeps your handbag all nice and neat, or your sewing station, or little, you get your little travel kit on the aeroplane, your little
Quilters
sewing
clips,
pieces
maybe.
in there, all of those bits.
Love that. So that's the first version, Botanical Birds. So that's this one right here. So you get the Botanical Birds with the lightest background, and then you get that sort of lovely warm charcoal grey words, and that's your lining fabric there that you can see. Love that. I might actually, Janet, I'd be a bit crafty myself, and I'd be pulling a bit of fabric out of my stash for the lining.
Yeah, for the lining,
and using,
then you can 2 posh fabrics.
Yes, I don't want to relegate Janet Clare to the lining.
2 posh for the lining.
You know what I mean?
So the versions you've got there, so one of them I have done a lot of hand sewing on and a lot of quilting. So I took my time over that one. And the other 2, I thought if you just need a really quick little gift, like if you're giving a gift voucher or somebody some chocolate, or I'm taking you here for the day, or something like that, they run up really nicely just with totally machine sewing as well.
Fabulous.
Quite a cute little thing.
So that's our first selection. Second selection, this is using fabric from Bon Voyage. Yes. So this is the little city, like almost like a city map.
Yes.
And the diagonal stripe, absolutely gorgeous, because these would be great travel pouches as well. Like I say, you could have one, you could maybe put it on a lanyard or something like that, so you could wear it around your neck.
Yeah. For festival season.
For sure. For sure. I'm very festivally, yeah, I'm very much like that.
No.
Me in a tent, you know.
Mud for days. No,
Yeah,
I'm opting out
no.
of the festivals as well.
No, definitely not me. No, but the purse is gorgeous. £15 for those. Third version is again using botanicals. You've got the wildflowers on grey, and then you've got the sort of feathered marbling fabric in the background. All your wadding, your snap fasteners and your pattern for 3 bags, £15. Phenomenal value. And I do let you do some fabulous big quilt kits, but you also do some really fabulous small kits.
Really small projects.
But you've got everything.
Bit of everything in there. We are firm believers, if you've bought a kit, you should be able to get going on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And quite often we'll provide the thread as well. It depends what makes sense.
Yeah.
Little project like that, you'll have little odds and ends of thread left. You won't need a whole spool, so it seems silly to include it. But yeah, everything you need. So you can literally grab it, throw it in your luggage and take it away with you, and it's a nice little project.
It's fab.
You could
great
embroider them.
From Wendy. You could.
Yeah,
you could.
embroider them as well.
Wendy's got in touch to say, I've made these purses. I was very good at cutting, as I
Good.
don't like waste, and I got 4 purses out of the kit.
So
That's Wendy and
satisfying,
stuff.
isn't it, when you've been really thrifty? I wasn't getting it out consistently enough, and I was thinking, no, let's just say 3, and then people will be happy if they get 4.
Yeah, err on the side of... now, last kit that we've got uses Astra. So this has got constellations, and is this the rings around? Is it Saturn?
I was thinking about a satellite orbiting.
Oh, fab. Love that. So you get your fabrics, you get your wadding and your snaps and your pattern, of course.
And the pattern. Full-size template in the pattern.
Absolutely gorgeous. Quick question from Eileen, who asks, I think she's gone for the pattern for the Great Gulls quilt, and she asks, can you tell me how much fabric I need for the gull quilt, please?
I've made it with 1 layer cake.
So 1 layer cake.
So you need 42 10-inch squares.
Gotcha.
42 10-inch squares.
And then I'm just going to think, if you meant how much fabric do you need for the backing for the quilt?
Oh yes, the backing.
56 inches square.
We have said 3.5 yards.
3.5.
For the, you could piece it out of bits and bobs, and
Yep.
then we said 63-inch squares of the wadding, because if you're putting it on a long armour, they need extra of the backing to attach it. But also, it's designed to shrink in a bit with the quilting, isn't it? So you always have extra.
You do. So talk me through a little purse.
Okay, so your pattern has your template looks like this, but of course it's on the inside of your pattern sheet, so you can cut that out like that, or I traced mine onto some like interfacing, so then I've got it always.
So that's just to
very
use
simple.
as a pattern piece. You don't need interfacing.
No, you don't.
It's just
need
a
that.
pattern
You
piece.
don't need that.
Gotcha.
So then what you're going to do is you're going to cut 3 or 4 of these purse templates out of your fat quarter. Now you can decide which one you want to be the outside and which one you want to be the lining, but obviously you're making 3, so you need 3 from each, 3 or 4 from each, you never know. And then what I would do is I would quilt and do all of my work on that one piece, all of this, and then when you've done that, you're going to trim it all the way to size, so it's all quilted, all finished. And this is I've turned it, but you can get the idea. Here's one that isn't turned, no. So I've just very quickly matched it, quilted it. And then rather than try to sew 2 curved edges together, all I did was line them up, put pretty sides together. So that was all trimmed to size. and then I just put a big rectangle on the front.
Oh, so like your lining you don't cut out?
I wouldn't, because you're just giving yourself the opportunity for those curved bias edges to slip and slide all around, and actually you've got one to work with. You make sure you've got that toppermost so you can see it clearly. It'll be stabilised with the wadding, and then give yourself a break, and then you just trim the excess of that away when you're done. And you will end up with something that looks like this, and you've got to turn it the right way out.
So you leave a gap.
Leave a gap, and then, as I say, I like hand sewing, so I'm just going to slip stitch that close. I've got my trusty little clip, which I was given as gifts, and I thought, I don't know when I'm ever going to use them, and guess what? I use them all the time. So I'm just slip stitching the opening closed. And then you can really decide how big you want the purse to be, because obviously you can overlap a lot, or you can overlap a little bit. So I just got the most out of it as I didn't look, I've got a deeper overlap there. So there you go, you can see how nice and neat it is. And then what you're going to do, now yours is all going to be nice and neatly finished, mine is not. So pretend that opening's closed. I've got this all aligned. If you want to do the hand sewing route, this is your next step. You're going to make sure those edges are nice and neat. And I'm obviously cheating terribly because I've got my thread attached to the wrong place, but we won't worry. And then you're just going to catch the lining fabric and the lining fabric, and you're just going to slip stitch those closed. Now stitches, you hide them or you make them worth looking at. So you want them if they're visible.
I like that.
Visible, you want them nice and neat and regular, and you're just going to just catch those two lining fabrics together. And then what you'll get if you do that is you get this lovely edge.
Oh, I like that.
Where you can see the little pop of the lining come through,
like that.
And it's beautifully neat on the inside as well, and it's really flat, so there's nothing to catch on the inside. Look how beautifully neat it is on the inside. But if you don't like hand sewing, don't put yourself through it, and you just line it up and do a quick whiz down the sides like that one. Just did a quick whiz down, and you still get to see the lining. It's just not quite as flat. So there you go. Again, a really super simple introduction to some really basic patchwork and sewing techniques. You've got the quilting, you've got the cutting out, you've got sewing a curve, you've got some hand sewing, and you've got a really useful little project to take with you.
So once it's all put together, you sew your snap
just do the little
on.
snaps, and that's it. You could do a ribbon. You could tie with a ribbon. You could do a button and a buttonhole. See, if you wanted, if you were learning a new machine and you wanted to try out buttonholes, you could easily put yourself a little buttonhole through there. Just have a really nice play, and it just looks so nice for grabbing a couple of fat quarters and a couple of hours. You get something that's really lovely to have.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
Nice simple little project.
Lovely project. Which one's been most popular? No, the grey.
The grey's popular.
The grey flowers, that's in the lead.
There you go.
Very pretty. I'm just going to go and grab them again and just recap them. So at the moment, the most popular one is this one right here, which features the botanical flowers on light grey and then the marbled feathers.
That's good to know.
And I like how with those three that you've mixed and matched. So you've got like two with one combo and one with the reverse.
Yeah.
Really like that. You get your wadding, you get your pattern, fabrics, and your snaps.
And your snaps. You've got really nice quality wadding, beautiful Moda fabric, and a really gentle sewing project. That was my theme for the show. Just keep yourself calm and centered, even if it's baking hot outside. Really simple, lovely project.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking with a friend yesterday, and she's having a bit of a, time.
Everyone goes through it,
Yeah, and she had done some crafting yesterday afternoon, and it just said how much it had kind of calmed her down and just taken her mind away.
Just away.
From all that busyness.
Yeah. Have you heard of flow? The flow state.
Yes.
That's what you're in. You're in it doesn't matter how experienced you are, there is enough to keep your brain occupied, even with something as simple as this, because you're trying to get a nice neat line or you're trying to get a gentle curve, and it just takes up enough brain to let those other things sort of go away, recede for long enough to give yourself a breather.
Well, I think of it a little bit like those films that you've watched 100 times, and some days where you want to watch something but you can't concentrate on a new story. Do you ever get like that?
I watch things over and over and over again.
Margaret's got in touch from Belfast to say, loving today's shows. Janet's designs, both fabrics and projects, are always glorious.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's lovely. Now, next project I've got are the birds from the Botanicals range. So you've got the birds on the lightest background. This is our second most popular. Beautiful birds. And then you've got the words on charcoal grey. So in fact, that's the version that we got the samples made from.
Yep, there you go.
Really beautiful. Gorgeous, aren't they? Now the next one is the city. Bon voyage in the city.
Bon voyage.
Bon voyage. Got that gorgeous diagonal stripe. Absolutely loving that. And then this one, which is almost like sort of like map.
Yes, so it's a city block. So I was doodling what might be in a city block.
I love that.
And the diagonal stripe was inspired by the airmail.
Oh, yes. Yes. The old airmail envelopes.
Yes, airmail envelopes. Haven't had one of those for donkey's years.
And they were like tissue paper,
They
weren't
were really fine.
And you wrote the tiniest writing to cram as much in onto one sheet.
Yeah.
Love that. Beautiful. Again, you get your fabrics, wadding, your little snap fasteners and your pattern, all included for £15. You make 3 bags from one kit. And then our last set is Astra. Possibly my favourite range you've ever done.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you.
And I love the story behind it. It's just gorgeous. Constellations, the satellite orbiting the Earth.
This one, isn't it, that I was gave you a little talk about.
I love that
really
warm combo.
striking, the nice combination. And again, not too feminine. You can use it for lots of things.
Yeah. It is absolutely
nice, satisfying
gorgeous.
little project. I do like having a mixture of projects on the go. You know, a tricky quilt where you're learning every time you sit down to work on it.
Yes.
Something that's just chugging along quite nicely, and then a little project that you can do by hand or finish by hand in front of the TV or in the garden with everyone around you, so you feel quite separate on your machine sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you do. You can't really do that with company.
Well, it's hard to chat, isn't it? You find if you get a group of girls together, friends together, and you're sitting sewing at the machine, everyone's stopping to chat, and then you start again. So a nice mixture of projects, I think, works very well.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely gorgeous. Now then, we've got some Astra Fat Quarters. We've got 2 different packs. I'm going to take them across to you, Janet, if I may.
Come on then.
Let's look at them together.
Come on then.
These were your lockdown fabrics,
They
weren't
were
they?
my lockdown fabric. I was throwing bleach around in the back garden. As you do.
And then you designed the fabric.
As you do.
Shall we look at
What
Astra
have I got?
first? This ends 3/7.
That's the 3/7. Ignore my writing my in-house codes on them and then being told I got it all wrong and had to cross them all out.
Honestly, did the chief of everything tell you that?
Honestly, you're lucky I was in there. It's because Tessa wasn't in work yet and I wanted to pack the demos up into my suitcase, so I took matters into my own hand and got it wrong.
Oops. Well, that's the danger.
That's what was told me, didn't it?
This is gorgeous.
Thank you.
This is almost like a piece of Janet's sketchbook, isn't it?
It is, and I really had fun. So this is a very, very busy night sky, but still got really striking repeats in it. So it's not all over the place, and then this sort of orangey colour just floats in and out of it.
And you were telling me this is the colour that the indigo blue goes when you add bleach.
Yeah. You bleach it to that and then it goes whiter, but if you get it stopped in some soapy water, it go this nice colour.
It's gorgeous.
So, yeah, I had really good fun designing this.
Were you a doodler?
Oh yeah,
At
always
school,
doodle,
still are.
always doodling.
Did you used to get told off?
Oh yeah, and for
doodling?
talking. Yeah,
Did
for
you?
Talking. Yeah, little
You were a
chatterbox.
chatterbox.
I was never in trouble. I was stopped before I was in trouble, but I would
Yeah.
have been, be quiet.
Just a chatterer. Adorable. Just imagining 9-year-old Janet Clare now, aren't you? This next one, these are satellites?
They're little satellites, yeah, my little doodle.
Love that.
In fact, when I'm designing little doodles like that, if I know I'm drawing the same shape over and over and over, I know it's telling me it wants to be fabric. And I have to pay attention to it.
Interesting. Constellations. Shooting stars.
Yeah, I love that blue.
Beautiful, isn't it?
It's really rich.
And then those satellites.
Yeah, the little satellites orbiting
satellites.
around.
I might have put a bit of glitter
And
on
that's
that
the heaven
fabric.
stretch above us, and the selvage that I've just noticed is, can we see it?
Yeah.
That is my Joseph's drawings of UFOs, which I sent to Moda and said, can they be the colour registration dots? And they went, yes.
Of course.
The heavens stretch out above us. There you go.
Beautiful.
Little UFOs on there. Yeah.
Have you ever looked up into the sky and seen something?
Yeah, my dad is amateur astronomer.
Oh.
So when the boys were younger, we used to spend quite a lot of our weekend visits waiting till it was dark and then going standing in the back garden looking at the moon and shooting stars and
gorgeous.
coming for hot chocolate. We had Nana on the hot chocolate duty, and we made because he used to protect one of his eyes because of course you don't want the light pollution to come in. So my boys gave him a pirate patch as a joke, and he actually wore it. I thought it was quite a sensible addition to the
I love
the
that.
astronomy look.
I say, Janet, is your dad a pirate?
Yes.
Oh, amateur astronomer. And then our last fat quarter bundle from you. Such a treat having fat quarters. Great stash builders as well. This last one. So we've got those constellations on a creamy background, lovely and rich. And again, not one colour either in the background.
No, lots of subtlety there, lots of different dots. Good fun.
Shooting stars. Now, I was just wondering if you'd ever looked up into the sky and saw something unexplainable.
Wow. We do live near an airport, so there's often quite lots of lights and things around. You think,
Oh, now, Janet, this is a fabric I've never seen before.
Oh, haven't you? You haven't seen that one?
I've never seen that print before. That is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. It's got so much texture in that. So that's like a black hole. That's what I was thinking. You know, it's sort of sucking you in.
Oh, that is a bit of me,
It's like
that.
a wave. You like that, do you?
I'd make that into a shirt for a teddy bear. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, there's lots of depth in that. Moda are really good, and they will make screen after screen to get that density of, you know, the texture.
Yeah, because there's not one colour, just
not
lighter
one
and
colour.
darker. That's lots of different colours to make
And you
that.
can tell it's hand drawn because obviously you only needed to do that little section. I could have drawn that once and then they could have copied and pasted it. But I gave them a big sheet, so that becomes the repeat. So it's a slight rhythm to it as well.
Not got many of these bundles left, by the way. If you want one, you will need to be quick on it. It's they're fast selling out. And then the last print are those satellites, this
satellites
time on the
again in
deepest, darkest night sky.
With a bit of all the orange and everything. I do love designing the fabric. I think it's such a wonderful thing to do, and then I can get really immersed in a theme as well. And it's just so satisfying seeing them being enjoyed, and it's a lovely thing to do.
Do you still get a thrill when you see a quilt that someone else has made with your fabric?
Yes, I love seeing what's up because it's almost got its own life then. You know, you get the fabric to so far and then you've got no control over it whatsoever, and the patterns give an idea of what you might do with it, but a lot of the pleasure is, wow, somebody's made that. And then you get goosebumps when somebody says, oh, I made that for a graduation quilt, or I made it for a wedding or something.
Yeah.
Don't you find that with your fabric as well? I mean, all the fabric that's in the world and they've settled on yours, it's a real privilege.
Yeah.
It really is.
We love it.
We do
love it.
love it.
Just gorgeous. Janet, thank you so much.
It's been such a pleasure.
It's been really great to see you again.
Next
Gin and tonic
time.
next time. We didn't make it this time.
No, I had another dinner date last night. You've got to catch that diary quick, Stuart.
Yeah, no, I'm fast realising that. Janet, safe journey home. Do you know when you're back?
17th of August, sometime around then, I think. Don't trust me on the date, but I think that's then.
Cool.
And I'll be on the Sewing Street stand at Festival of Quilts.
Wonderful.
So I'll see you then.
Are you going to have your own stand at festival
Yes,
as well?
I'll be there.
So we must all come and see you.
Come and see me with
festival.
you. Wear your aprons, bring your bags, come and say hello to me. And
Perfect.
Stuart.
It's a date. We will. Right. I need to just go and recap.
Go and recap. I'll turn this iron off. It's been on an hour now. Let's turn that off.
Now, this morning, first thing, we had a brand new quilt from Janet called Strewn. There is one kit left.
Oh, one lonely
It always
quilt.
happens, Janet. We get down to the last kit and then I think everyone thinks, oh, I've missed it. But there is actually one quilt kit still up for grabs. So if you're quick, we'll put the details on screen for you. And we've got one last kit. But there are 36 of you with it in your basket. So it's not exactly unloved, Janet.
Thank you so much.
It's just waiting to be checked out.
Waiting to find its home.
To go home to its new mummy or daddy. You get all the fabric you can see, 2 whole layer cakes. You also get all your binding fabric as well. And it's from To the Sea fabric range as well, the binding too. You get your full quilt pattern. This is easy, quick quilting. Beginner friendly.
Absolutely.
And also lovely and mindful if you have a little more experience. Now, if you want to get the pattern on its own, you can get the quilt pattern on its own, but we are down to the last 25 of those quilt kits and we started out with hundreds. So well done if you managed to get yours, but if you have got it in your basket, do check out or you will miss out. Quilt pattern on its own, $9.99. For the Strewn quilt pattern. Now, the quilt pattern for the Great Gulls kit. Oh, thank you, Janet. Thanks. So, Great Gulls, this is the pattern only, $9.99. Again, layer cake friendly. So, 1 layer cake. You'll need a metre of Bondi web, some matching threads. That's it. And the quilt finishes at 57 inches square. I love that Janet, when she does pre-cut quilts, you really do use every little scrap. You get the biggest quilt possible out of your fabric. Massive value and a very beautiful result with very sort of little experience required to get a fabulous result. Is that fair, Janet?
Absolutely. And that was the challenge I set myself. You know, people come up to you and they want to get into quilting and it's overwhelming. What's a half square triangle? There's hundreds of colours, there's hundreds of seams. And I thought, no, you must be able to make something that's really striking, doesn't look like a compromise and is still simple.
Yes, love that. Now, next up, we've got Janet's Cushion Quartet. Now, this is one of the cushions, but you can actually make 4 of these, not just the fronts, but your backing fabrics as well for 4 cushions for $49.99. So you get a honey bun, which is a 1.5 inch wide version of a jelly roll. So think of it like a jelly roll, but 1.5 inch strips. You get all of your backing fabric for 4 cushions. You also get your pattern. And as soon as I saw this, I was thinking, oh, but a quilt, a wall hanging, you actually get ideas and layouts in your pattern for doing exactly that as well. So a pattern you can make again and again. Incredible value, $49.99. Basically, £12.50 per cushion.
Wow.
£12.50.
And you can quilt it, you could quilt the back, you could put a zip in the back. Lots and lots of options.
Now, if this was a quilt kit, if this was a kit to make a cushion, all the fabrics for the front and the back plus pattern, it'd be £25, wouldn't it? For one. So essentially, it's half the price that I would put on it. Definitely. Amazing value. We've had some fat quarters from Janet Clare today, which is almost unheard of. We're going to do the birds. The birds. Been very, very popular with 2 versions. the lighter ones first. So you get 5 fat quarters in your bundle. And you get these beautiful birds on grey. You get botanicals on a really, really soft, almost grey-white background. You get your feathered marbling, gorgeous kind of soft putty grey. Just gorgeous. Love that. 5 fat quarters. You also get a free pattern for a pencil case included with the fat quarter.
Absolutely.
Just because, Janet?
Just because it's the sort of thing you go to a quilt show, you've fallen in love with the fat quarter, then you get home and you think, and now what am I going to do with it?
Yep.
And
see the starting point.
Really nice, simple little project. Nice little gift.
Yeah. Really lovely. And then we've got a second set, again featuring those botanical birds, but this time with some darker greys included. So we've got the light, this is our Feathered Friends collection. You've got your light birds or birds on a light background. You've got little feathers. You've got your wildflowers on a soft grey. You've got your birds again, this time on a charcoal. And then you've got the feathered marbling in deep charcoal grey. $18.99 for 5 fat quarters plus that pencil case pattern as well. You're just a giver, Janet. Absolutely lovely. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're finishing off our morning with kits you'll love, so don't go anywhere.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, it's good to have your company for our final hour on Sewing Street, which is our Miss It Miss Out kits hour. I've got some fab kits to share with you. We're going to start straight in with a piece of absolutely magnificent applique from Delphine Brooks. This is her Rustic Home Blue Heron, and I haven't seen this before. It's absolutely blown me away. It's incredibly beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely incredibly beautiful. You've got in this kit for $19.99, you've got the pattern for it. So full pattern. Delphine always says that her designs are easy. Now, I'm fully behind her on that because although I look at this and I think I could never do it, but actually Delphine's broken everything down. You've got your full templates to make your heron. You've got everything explained how to do the embellishments in the background, and a lot of what's amazing about this is Delphine's clever design, which you've got in your pattern. So actually, I reassess this and I say, you know what, we can achieve this because it's all there in the pattern, and I would be incredibly proud of myself if I produced that. I think that's amazing, really beautiful. Now this is a kit. So you're getting your pattern, you get 1/2 metre of calico, which you're going to use for the background. You get 3 fat-eighths of denim. That's your dark, your medium and your light denim as well. So those are applique fabrics. You get 3 different felts. So some of this is felt. These are all 9 by 9 inches square. You get your white, and 2 greys. You also get your Hessian plait right here. This is what you use for this part. So you take these plaits apart and you use it to create these grasses in the background. And then you also get these Hessian bands that you're going to use to create this background here as well. It's an amazing use of different fabrics. I do need to let you know actually that we've basically used all the fabric that we've got of these kinds to make these kits. So when they've gone, they'll be out of stock. So limited time offer basically. Yeah. A lot of the elements that you need to make this are in the kit, but we do not have them in stock. Julie's got in touch to say the postman's just delivered mine this morning. Excellent value. It's incredible. It's incredible value, isn't it? Here's the finished project, $19.99, and I think that's absolutely stunning. I've got 9 opportunities left to get this. 9 more. And then it's gone. Just a beautiful piece of work, and something that you can work on in part on your machine and in part by hand, and you could add extra embellishments. It's just a beautiful piece of work. Fab. So that's our Blue Heron, a rustic home Blue Heron kit from Delphine Brooks. Now, next up, I've got a quilt pattern. It's my latest pattern release, and it's called Cobblestone Cabin. Now then, this is very, very close to selling out. So what you've got here is my brand new pattern, and, well, there's lots and lots of different options. I showed it on the 26th of June, which was just, about a week ago, something like that. Now, in your pattern, you get the pattern and directions to make 2 different sizes of block. So you get the pattern to make the large 18-inch finished block. You also get the pattern and cutting instructions to do the 9-inch block. So you can do any of the large versions or the small versions in a larger or a smaller block. So there's your 2 variations to start with. The full block is all explained, how to piece it. And then this is where the real value kicks in, because you've actually got 10 different layouts for your blocks. So you've got everything from a 4-block wall hanging or cushion, depending on the size of block. You've got this fabulous streak of lightning there in a single bed size. You've got all these variations here for using 16 blocks. You can do pinwheels, fields and furrows, straight set, sunshine and shadows, zigzag, or the country star. You've also got patterns over here. This is showing you what would happen if you used dark fabrics on one side, alternating dark and light fabrics on the light side, and then you've got those cobblestones that run through the diagonal. I've got 9 of these patterns left. That's it. I've also added sashings and cornerstones through the centre, so just to show you the versatility. And then last of all, down here, over here on this side, you've got the cobblestone cabin. This is, I mean, you could make a small wall hanging using the 9-inch blocks, or you can use the large blocks to make a full bed quilt. On this side, I've taken exactly the same pattern, so there is your country star. But if you use the small blocks, the 9-inch blocks, you could create this quilt, which has 5 of those country stars laid out. There are so many variations, so many things you can do with this pattern. And the large block is jelly roll friendly. The small block is honey bun friendly, but it's also immensely scrap friendly. So the quilt on the front I made entirely from scraps. We've got 3 patterns left, and then they are gone. Now, next up, I've got the Tilda mega bundle of a bloom. Now then, whereabouts are those? Here they are. Now, I only launched Bloomsville, the brand new collection from Tilda, a few weeks ago. A bloom is officially, I'm laughing because officially this is the blender for the range. These are fabrics absolutely in their own right. Hannah says, that's like saying going to a carnival is a quiet night in. It's true, isn't it? It's true. Now, this bundle of 12 a bloom fabrics was actually the first thing to sell out at launch, so we didn't have many of these for very long at all. This is the first time we've got it back in stock. You're getting half a metre of each of all 12 a bloom fabrics for £82.39. You're actually saving £7.49, so one of these fabrics is actually for free. Now, I've used these to make some coordinating cushions to go with my Bloomsville quilt, but I also included lots of these fabrics in my Bloom quilt because they just go so beautifully with the new Bloomsville collection. They're just fabulous, fabulous fabrics. Amazing detail in them. We're literally down to our last bundle. I've got one of these bundles left, and then that is it. There's 8 of you there for it, so only one of you can have it. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now, next up, I've got another of my quilt patterns called Rainbow Stars. I've 2 versions of this quilt. Shall we start with the bright? Okay, so let's show you the quilt first of all. We have a picture of it. I don't have the quilt with me. So this quilt is beginner friendly. Everyone's going to get a fantastic result. It's all about the pattern and those beautiful rainbow bright fabrics. Now then, would you believe that's made from a couple of panels? Let me show you how. So what you've got in your kit, first of all, you get your pattern. Now, I've written this pattern. You can make this pattern up using charm squares and a strip roll or a jelly roll. You can use yardage, you can use fat quarters, or you can use a pre-printed panel. And I've given instructions for doing any or all of those things in there. With this kit, you're actually getting the 2 panels that I used to make that original quilt. So first of all, you're going to use this panel to make your stars. Now, I want this again just because I want 40 beautiful rainbow bright squares. So you get this panel included. You use every single one of these squares for your stars. There's no waste at all. So you get that panel, and that's what you'll use to make your star blocks. Then you've got a strip panel, and you're going to use that to create the setting triangles and the corner triangles as well. So this again, beautiful bright rainbow, all of those beautiful colours and prints. And they're kind of grungy, a little bit yeah, a bit decoupage, a bit paper crafty, weathered, aged sort of looking, but in those gorgeous bright colours. So you get that panel as well. And then last of all, of course, you'll have spotted in the quilt, you've got some solid in there. So you actually get a metre of black solid as well. And that's to create the stars and the sashings and also the border. The binding is also included. That's from your stripy fabric. 25th of February if you want to see a full demo of how to make the blocks and how to put it all together. The finished quilt, by the way, I think is 40, not sure the size. I'll find it. I know. Okay, but it's a decent sized quilt. Bold and versatile. Oh, it's I think it's 42 inches square. Okay, a question. Stuart, do you have a tip for cutting out any long strips from a panel? I have struggled to find an easy and accurate way sent by Jennifer. So cutting out long strips from a panel. So when we've got like a strip panel for cutting them. Okay, so the easiest thing is first of all, iron your panel, and not on the fold, iron it as a single layer. first of all, so get it ironed. The second thing is the panels that Sewing Street produce are very, very accurately printed. So what you want to do is, you can't cut these on the fold. You've got to lay them out, single layer, line up your ruler with the dividing line, and if it's a 24-inch ruler, as much as that, cut along, move your ruler along and cut. So cutting that side first, nice and easy, turn the strip around, again, line your ruler up. Now, normally when you're cutting 2.5-inch strips, you really want to be keeping the line on your ruler on the cut edge all the time. But actually, because these strips are so accurately printed, all you really need to do is line your ruler up with the next strip. So the line between one strip and the next. If you get your ruler on that line and cut, don't worry about what's going on the left-hand side. They are very, very accurate 2.5-inch strips, and you should get a really nice, easy, accurate cut. Hope that helps. So that's our bright version of the quilt. We've also got the pastel version. And pastel version. So this time around, what you've got is a pastel rainbow. Absolutely love. Same design, but this time all these gorgeous pastel squares. So again, you'll use those for your stars. Still got a lovely brightness to it, but they're pastel shades, sort of almost chalky. Then you've got your strips, again, that gorgeous kind of, to me that looks almost like chalks rubbed on a pavement. It's got that brightness, but also that lightness because of the chalk base to them. So you've got that. Then for your background fabric, this time your stars and your sashings are in this gorgeous light silver grey. You get 1 metre of that in your kit. And all for $44.99. And then last of all, of course, you get your quilt kit. Now this is a quilt pattern rather. This is a pattern that you're going to use time and time again, because you can use this, all the stars get made out of charm squares, 5-inch squares. And you can make the 5 blocks from 40 squares, so any charm pack. Then your stripy, strip pieced setting triangles. Now you use a printed strip panel for my version, but you also get instructions for sewing together jelly roll strips or 2.5-inch strips. You could also cut them out of fat quarters and make them big enough, and I give instructions for how to do that. And then your binding is a scrappy binding, but again you could use yardage for that if you were making this quilt using your fabric range, favourite fabric range. But I mean, imagine that made in something like French General fabrics, all those gorgeous antique reds and greys and tans. That would look amazing. You could make this from Tilda, you could make this from Kaif, you could literally make this quilt pattern from anything. So much so that I might just have to do it with something else. Debs has just got in touch to say, hello Stuart, my cobblestone cabin quilt pattern arrived about 10 minutes ago with some Jason Yenter Sun, Moon and Stars fabrics. A Tuesday cheer up. I love it, Debs. I love it, enjoy. Actually, those Jason Yenter Sun, Moon and Stars fabrics, we have got by the half metre in tomorrow's show. So make sure you tune in tomorrow as well. I'll have those fabrics by the half metre. We wanted them today, but we couldn't have them. Couldn't have them. Come with me. I've got something else to show you. Oh, Kat's hung some lovely quilts over here. Where shall we start? This one right behind. Oh, the Kaif. Gorgeous. Little cross blue. It's fab, isn't it? I'm just going to walk over this side for a second. One of these patterns, one of these kits rather, available. This is the quilt. It's called Little Cross Blue. Isn't it fab? It's an absolute firecracker. It's going down to $99.99. It is a beautiful, beautiful quilt. Simple to piece. You have got squares, half square triangles, Easy to piece, this one. Beginner level. You've got all the fabrics inside your quilt that you'll need, inside your quilt kit. The finished quilt itself, by the way, is 138 centimetres square. Now we'll just work out what that is in old money, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Gorgeous quilt though, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. 54 inches square. 54 inches square. And as I say, nice, easy piecing. Flying geese, squares, triangles, half square triangles, that's it. Nice and simple to piece. You get all the fabrics that you need to create it. And what I find really interesting actually about this kit is that you actually, would you believe, only need 7 fabrics. There are 7 different fabrics in this kit. But when you look at the quilt, it looks like there's 20. Well done. Well done. Who just bought that? Oh, well done if you did. It's just gone. Sold out. Brilliant. Now then, I have got a Bohemian quilt kit. That's Jason Yenta Bohemian. Oh gosh, this is special. There's only one of these available. Shall we hold it up? Oh God, oh my goodness me. Wow, look at that. That is absolutely amazing. You're saving £50. This is £139.99. Gosh, I'd buy that. Look at the border fabrics though. Look at that stripe. Look at those carpet cookies in the outside. Absolutely magnificent. It's a kaleidoscope block. So simple template piecing. It's not difficult to make this quilt at all. It's very, very simple quilt. I've shown kaleidoscope quilt block before. Now it's very, very simple to make. Pressure seams open is my top tip. 63 inches square. How many kits have I got left? Just one? Literally. Oh, it's just sold out. On and gone. That's it, gone. Well done. Well done. K Facets Flowers and Sunshine in red. Now, Deputy Joan and I worked on the other version. This is my favourite of the two. I think it's absolutely beautiful. This is bright K-facet prints on a black background, which makes my heart sing. Now, this is a gorgeous, gorgeous single bed quilt. Single bed size. Features 12 blocks. Now, piecing wise, what you're going to do, the center block, this block here, okay, is a large square with snowball corners. Easy peasy. You've got quarter square triangles, easy piecing. You've got half square triangles, and then once the whole thing is pieced together, the whole block is trimmed to size, which means it's really quite forgiving. So if you want to make this fantastic, exceptionally beautiful quilt, I think it's gorgeous. And how about making a £70 saving? Should we do that too? We've got £179.99 for this beautiful quilt. Now, let me show you the fabric. It's just magnificent. Lots and lots of lovely fabric in here. Absolutely beautiful. I'm going to open out all these fabrics and show you what you get. This is very, very giftable, even if that gift is to you. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So everything's always beautifully wrapped in these kits. Tied up with ribbon. And if you love your K-facet fabrics, this is just a wonderful opportunity to get your hands on all this lovely fabric. Now, you get lots of these fabrics for the centre of each block. That's that snowball square in the centre of each block. It really is a print lover's paradise, this quilt, because you get so many different prints. So where I mentioned with the little crosses, all that quilt comes out of 7 different prints. I suppose the complete opposite is true of this quilt. It looks like a lot of different prints in the quilt because it is. So if you love loads of variety, if you're a bit of a collector of Kaffe prints, this is the one to go for, because look, I'm not even halfway through the kit. It's incredible, isn't it? Imagine what you'd have to spend if you went and bought even a fat quarter of each of these fabrics, how much you'd end up spending to make this quilt. You get all the fabric that you need, and it's not skimped on either, by the way. If you were thinking, gosh, I bet the fabric's really tight, it's not. You get ample. So those are all, I mean, that in itself is magnificent, isn't it? But then look also, here's your, is this the sashing fabric? Sorry, the border. This is your outer border fabric. This is your sashing fabric, the carpet cookies. This is your black solid for all your blocks, and then this is your binding. Now that is a kit and a half, isn't it? When you look at all of that, absolutely incredible. You're saving £70? £70 saving. You're paying £179.99. Absolutely fabulous. Fabulous. Now, Lewis and Irene, these beautiful sunflowers. I've only got one of these kits left, by the way. Now, am I right? Was it Amanda Little? No, Susie Duncan, thank you. It was Susie Duncan. Thank you. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Our Susie Duncan did this. Just lovely. Yeah. Should be £94.99. You're getting a little saving here. £89.99. That was the price we did on the day. It was probably a slip of the finger. Isn't it fab? So you get your pattern included. You get all the fabric that you need. This is the... Now, the version that's hanging up is the light background, but the actual kit that we've got is the dark background. So let me just show you that one here. So what you've got now, it's called indigo, this bumbleberry. I would say it's really like a slate grey, so that slightly bluish grey, and then you get all your fabric. It has just sold out. It has just sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. It's a beautiful, beautiful kit, isn't it? Really lovely. Now, spool. Thread spool, curvy log cabin. Should you curvy log cabin? Ooh, curvy log cabin. Curvy log cabin. So this is from the Amber Makes Quilt Block collection. So you're getting your pattern to make this curvy log cabin. So uneven log cabin. The logs on one half are thick, the logs on the other side are thin, and when sewn together you get this curved illusion. Now the fabric that you're getting with this kit is Lynette Anderson. This is gorgeous. Lynette Anderson Flower Garden. Oh, and this is a bumper selection too. You get 16 fat quarters. You also get 2.5 meters of beige solid, and you're going to use that for the thin logs. So I'm just going to show you, because the fabric that you get is absolutely magnificent, and you get so much of it too. All Lynette Anderson. Lynette Anderson is a friend of mine and a fabulous designer and quilter. Born and raised originally in Britain, but her family moved to Australia when she was only young, and she's lived in Australia most of her life, but she does come over to Britain quite often. She's got this wonderful sort of soft country look to her fabrics. Just lovely, very easy to live with. They're soft and gentle. They've got a lovely kind of vintage feel to them as well, haven't they? Homely and country style. It's just lovely. So you get 16 fat quarters, 18 fat quarters, 16 fat quarters, sorry. 16. You get 2.5 meters of cream solid, and you get your curvy log cabin pattern, all for £84.99. That is tremendous value. Now that quilt that you're going to make, by the way, I don't know if we've got the finished size. 6. Well, it's, no, we don't have the finished size, sorry. Yeah, it's going to be quite big. I'm just looking ahead to see if I can find the quilt. No. Sorry. Right, okay. No, it's a big quilt. It's big. It's big. Fab, £84.99. It was great value anyway. 16 fat quarters of linen and some fabric is amazing for that price. Now I've also got the thread spool. So this is another quilt kit from the Quilt Block collection. This is the thread spool. So this is the finished quilt that you can make. And you're getting the pattern plus all the fabrics. Now in your kit, you're getting 3, 4, 5, 10 fat quarters, Moda Make Time. That's gorgeous, isn't it? You're getting 2.5 meters of ivory for your background, and then you get 1 meter of silver. That's to make the ends of your spools and your binding. Originally demoed on the 13th of February 2022. 13th of February 2022. So you get all your fabrics to make that quilt. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Bargain price as well for £69.99. Amazing. Absolutely gorgeous. Right. Right, bit of Anna Maria Horner. Yes, please. Let me move Kafe along. Okay, Fly With Me. Now this again is, well, variation on a kaleidoscope block. Let me get it out the box. So I don't know if you can see the quilt there. So this is 152 centimetres by 180 centimetres. £249.99. I think, Hannah, we should do a pretty good saving on this. Let's see. Now I've done this before. I've done it before at that price, £199.99. Should be £249.99. So you're saving £50. I like that. I like that price, but I want to love it. I want to love it. I like saving £50. I'd like to save £100 if I may. Okay, good. Thank you. So it should be £249.99. You're saving £100. It's £149.99. There are 4 of these kits left. Let me show you just what you're getting. It's the lowest price we've ever done. You're saving £100, but there are only 4 opportunities to get this quilt kit home. It's the only Anna quilt that we've got today as well. The fabrics are absolutely magnificent, and the way they've been put together too. I love that gorgeous diagonal pop of magenta pink. That is such a cool fabric. Let me just show you that here. It is like a pinstripe, but then overprinted with outline florals and silhouette florals. It's such a cool fabric. I think that is absolutely gorgeous and creates that lovely modern bright pop. Also love this kind of blue violet diagonals as well. That's using this fabric right here. Again, a really cool print, a little bit reminiscent of African wax prints. The background here is made up of diamonds. You've got this fabulous kind of zesty lime stripe. Just fabulous, aren't they? It's so zingy and tropical. Two remaining. Split pays are an option. You can pay $49.99 today and get this kit home. 3 split pays, $49.99 each. Should be $249.99. You're saving £100 today only. There are two chances left now. $149.99. Save £100, and I would go split pay. $49.99 today, $49.99 next month, and $49.99 the month after that. But you get your quilt kit home within 3 to 5 working days of making your first payment. Absolutely gorgeous. Now the one on the wall that's behind me, I've got 2 versions. We'll start with Heading South, which is the one that's hanging behind me. This is really cool, actually. Love the price point, $89.99. Love that. This is a really good single or double bed topper. It's 142 by 175. Great size. Beginner level piecing, easy piecing, no points to match. Okay, so this could be your first quilt. It's a lovely, cool, modern design as well, isn't it? If I just step out of the way for a second, just a lovely, cool, modern design. Love the leopard in there. There are like chameleons as well, I think. There's leaves and flowers. There's a gorgeous stripe in there too. It's ever such clever on-trend fabric. Beautiful. Very designer looking, isn't it? Very interiors. This isn't made as a block as such. You actually piece this in strips. So what you've got are varying widths of rectangle with the cream top and bottom. Some of them have an extra little piece added in to create a bit more of a connection, like they're layered, and then you actually piece that together into one long strip. So you make 4 of those bars, if you like, and then you've got strips in between them. Now, because of the way it's constructed, you could do this as quilt as you go. And what you would do there is you would piece one strip, layer it, quilt it, do 4 of those, and then join them together with these thin sashings in between. Okay? And then you would add your border and quilt that if you wanted to. This would be a great quilt to send somebody off to university or college with, or to a new home, because it's lovely, it's homely. All quilts are homely, aren't they? All quilts are comforting. But if you wanted to give something, you know, somebody who's got a quite modern taste, you know, somebody who's going to like a new build or an apartment, or like I say, to university or college, very cool. Yeah, bit of comfort, but it's still nice and modern. So that is the Heading South version. It's $89.99. Gorgeous, love that. I'm going to have to open the other version because I want to show you the solids. Because these are absolutely gorgeous. This is $119.99. This has gone down to $99.99 in the past, but today we're going to take it lower. We're going to match Heading South. $89.99 for this. Look at those split pays. What I particularly love about this version are the solids. I want to show you the solids because they're absolutely fabulous. Just lovely. So you've got all of these solids, and what's different about this one is that your solids this time create those, I want to call them books, because they're almost like books on a shelf, aren't they? So you get those, you've got your background, and then, isn't that amazing? I just love that. I love that selection of solids. It's such a modern, fresh look. Again, matching the price, $89.99. It should be $119.99. So you're making, I want to say, £30 saving. It's a £30 saving, right? It's fab. Well, we've gone well under £100. And you can have split pays if you want. $44.99, first of 2 split pays if you want to get that home. Limited opportunities on all of these kits. Some of them we've only got 1 or 2, and we've had lots and lots of sellouts this hour. So if you want to get your quilt kit home, grab it now. These are all beginner level too. Need to tell you, more of these in baskets than we have. You are saving £30, but only today. Normal price is $119.99, so grab that saving while you can. Love that. That would be so cool on a wall or over the back of a sofa in a sort of quite modern interior, wouldn't it? Or a modern bedroom. Now then, next up I've got Ticket to the Tropics. This is from the same range of fabrics. So again, if you like that look and you like those colours, and the colours are sort of toned down, chartreuse and lime and papaya, orange. You've got some teal in there as well, some tobacco brown, and then you've got that lovely cream. This is gorgeous, kind of overlapping triangles. Very clever quilt design this. $169.99. Now this is a bigger quilt. This is 176 by 207 centimetres. We're doing a lot of savings this hour, Hannah. £30 off this one. Look at that split pay. Did you see how it dropped? £46.66. Now its previous low price was $149.99. We've gone £10 under that today. $139.99. In old money, Hannah, what size is that quilt, please? It's 176 by 207. Because I always think in quilts, I always think in inches. 69 inches. 69 by 81. Great size for a double, a queen. Really good size quilt that for $139.99. Still very manageable under a domestic sewing machine if you want to quilt it yourself, and also lots and lots of easy quilting possibilities there. I would quilt on the diagonals. I would do a big crosshatch. Use your piecing lines as a guide. Don't try and quilt, by the way, when you've got those strong diagonals, yeah, don't try and quilt in the seam. You know, that's the way to tear your hair out and get frustrated, and you can't even see the quilting that you've done. So all that time spent really doesn't give you any benefits. What you want to do instead is quilt about 1/4 of an inch away from that line. And yes, that quilting line is going to cut across the tips of the triangles that come up to it. That's the point. Don't apologise for doing that. You want those strong diagonals cutting across, but do them 1/4 of an inch or 1/8 of an inch from the seam. Super easy to do. Okay, use the edge of your foot as a guide, or use the quilting bar on your walking foot as a guide. Okay, I'll just do it by eye. Keep it consistent, but that will look absolutely fabulous. Nice, easy way of quilting it. And I would do that in both directions, but it doesn't have to be done equally in all directions. You could do sort of every diagonal, strong diagonal one way, every other strong diagonal going the other. Mix it up a little bit. Now, Jason Yenter. Absolutely love his fabrics, love his quilt designs. This is a big quilt, 201 centimetres by 278. Now this was on 29th of June, so just a few days ago. $359.99. We're going to match the price from that show. The price is crashing, $229.99. Now, what's really fabulous about this is not only do you get your quilt kit and your pattern for the quilt, but look, you're actually getting Jason Yenter's new book. You actually get Jason Yenter's new book included. And let me just show you. You're saving £130 on this. And just look at these. Oh. I absolutely love his quilt designs. Look at that. They look great in his fabrics. They look great in all sorts of other fabrics as well. Jason Yenter fabrics, batiks you could use. Oh, look at that. Oh, yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. Anyway, I digress. So you get that quilt book and then look at this magnificent fabric in here. I'd like to know the old-fashioned size, please. Yes. 79 inches by 109. So this is a queen size quilt. Proper full queen size quilt. Amazing value actually. So fabric wise, look at these. These are absolutely gorgeous fabrics. They're all digital prints. So they have a look of batiks, but they're actually digitally printed. So you get amazing consistency. So those are all your kind of feature fabrics, but I think the real magic is from Jason's border prints, which he is so good at designing. So this is your border print, which you're just going to create the most amazing border for your quilt, but so easily. You're just cutting a wide strip and sewing it around the quilt blocks. You get such a lot of bang for your buck because of the way he's designed these fabrics. Just love what he does. How much are we saving again? £130. £130 saving. This is a queen size quilt. Now I know lots of you had this in your basket the other day and didn't check out. You've had time to think and we've just matched that price. This is a great opportunity now for you to get it. You didn't get it the other day. You could have missed out, but you've got one more opportunity today to get that amazing queen size quilt home. Amazing, amazing. Listen, well done if you've got any of these quilt kits. Lots and lots of them have sold out. Heading South has sold out. What's the other one called? Breeze Blocks has sold out. The Cave sold out as well. The Lewis and Irene Sunflowers sold out. Very, very well done everybody who managed to get your quilt kit home. Have fun with those. That Jason Yenter quilt kit, lots and lots of you thinking about that. You're making £130 saving today. You only need to actually pay $76.66 today to get the quilt kit home and secure it. Then it's yours. And then you can take your time piecing it. You can also take your time paying for it because you'll have another split pay of $76.66 come out next month, one more the month after that. So spread the cost if that works for you. Thank you for your company this morning, by the way. It's been wonderful to have your company here with me and with Janet Clare this morning. It's been a great morning, lots of good fun. Shall we have a look at the menu for tomorrow and see what's coming up? I know we've got Adam Brooks here tomorrow. We're starting off at 8 AM with Jason Yenter, the Sun, the Moon and the Stars collection. I'm going to have loads of lovely fabrics from that collection to share with you, and a beautiful quilt that the Deputy and I made using those fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Adam Brooks is here with Sew Over It Eve dress. At 10 o'clock, dressmaking fabric and supplies. And at 11, the Ilford jacket, again with Adam. I'm going to be asking him lots of questions about the sewing bee, so if you want to get in on that, get your emails in. Last of all, at 12 o'clock, sewing machines and accessories. We'll be having a look in depth of some of our favourite hero sewing machines here on Sewing Street. It's been a lovely morning. Don't forget also, this is really your last chance today, tomorrow, to get your quilt blocks in for the Sewing Street Quilt for Festival of Quilts. 11th of July is the cut-off date, which is a week today. So just enough time to get your quilt block made. If you were intending to, if it's all cut out and just needs piecing, get it done today or tomorrow and get it posted in. We will be judging next week, and then on the 12th we'll do all the judging, and then it's got to be made up into a quilt. So we need a bit of time to do that, so you need to get your quilt blocks in. We've been so impressed by all the ones that have been sent in so far. All right, I'm going to head off now. I hope you have a lovely afternoon. If you want to stick around, just stay tuned and you'll go straight to our sister channel, Hobby Maker. If not, I will see you tomorrow bright and early at 8 AM here on Sewing Street.